Mm, okay, cool. I know it's a probably redundant thing to say, Helen, but when you do depart, if you can actually log out, that would be great. I know weird thing to say, but it's just going to help me out with the breakout rooms.
Yep, no worries.
So when you log back on later on, log back on. But yeah. Uh, just gonna look up something for one of you guys because it impacts something. So um just bear with me. I'm gonna need to chase up an account for someone. All right, that's cool. Alrighty. No, all good, Daniel. No problem at all. Daniel, if you want to try unmuting yourself and we'll just check, Daniel, if you want to unmute yourself and check your microphone if you want, we can certainly do that. And then we'll jump in for the day. Daniel, if you want to unmute yourself, try saying hello. You can certainly do that. And then we'll jump in for the day. Or not. Totally up to you. Maybe you're not hearing me, and that's okay. Daniel, you may want to log out and log back in. We can certainly do it that way as well, but hopefully we can get it sorted. All right, and we will jump into it. On that note, folks, go ahead, drop a yes in the chat if you can hear me and see me, and let's kick off day two of your TAU journey. I am super excited to run you through day two, and I'm really impressed, so proud of every single one of you for what you achieved yesterday and the work that you put in, and how much you supported each other on your personal journey there as well. For me, I had a great time, and hopefully you did as well, and you took away some great key learnings. On that note, though, folks, before we go any further, we're going to fire up that chat box. We're going to do some daily review. You're going to grab your notes from yesterday. You're going to grab your notes from yesterday. And what I would love you to do is find three things, folks. Three things that you wrote down yesterday. Could be anything at all. And I'd love you to drop them in the chat. Rapid fire. Let's flood the chat box with things that you wrote down yesterday. It could be something as simple as the number 19. It could be I don't know, the difference between training and education. It could be anything at all. Drop in the chat three things you took away from yesterday or wrote down. Could be anything at all. Drop in the chat. Would you get from yesterday? Go for a team. I'll give you some time to flood that chat box. Oh, Clever, clever, Callum. I like it. I like it. Very clever. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ripple effect. Nice work, team. Nice work, nice work, nice work. Awesome. Love it. Stage of presenting. Beautiful distinction between training and education. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm loving it, folks. I'm loving it. Now, just to let you know, there is a bit of a recording going on in the background. That's just simply because we have someone that's stepping away this morning and we're just capturing this morning segment for that person. The recording will not go anywhere outside this group, and that is all good. Awesome, beautiful elephant in the room. Beautiful. Justin, I love how you spell that there. 55%, 38, and 7 for body language, tonality, and words. Then we've got Air Force research. Beautiful. Love it. Well done, team. Now, on that note, we're now going to do an activity which I call icing on the cake. Icing on the cake. Everyone drop an I for icing in the chat box if you could for me, please. Beautiful, right? So essentially, icing on the cake, I have a belief that training, it's not what I say that matters, it's what people drop in the chat. Do you remember what I said yesterday? It's not what I say that matters, it's what people. It's a word that starts, what they remember. Beautiful. You guys are all over it, right? Now, what they remember. But on top of that, icing on the cake would be that they actually go away and think about the thing and do the thing and use the thing. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. So if we teach something, they remember it, they actually go and use it. Bonus. That would be awesome, right? Now, today we're going to talk about the 4 stages of learning, but at this moment, what I'd love you to do is simply, you're going to head to a breakout room. We're going to have Bridget, Danielle, and Jessica and Tiani together. Hopefully I've got that combination still correct. If I don't, let me know, but I believe I do. You guys are going to head to a breakout room or stay in the room that you currently are. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Bridget. Really appreciate that. You guys all are going to head to a breakout room and we're going to have an icing on the cake conversation. So for me, yesterday we covered some stuff. Right? And maybe we covered a concept such as, I don't know, the numbers, the number 19 or the number 3 or the number 10, or it could be anything at all. And what you're going to do, you're going to have a chat to your partner there, and you're simply going to share with your partner, as a result of that new piece of knowledge, what's one new thought or new action that you may take going forward? So, for example, if it was me and I heard the number 19, well, I might go, all right, well, going forward, I'm going to feel even more comfortable to repeat things a few more times so that my audience actually remember it. Or maybe yesterday you heard the concept of training.gov.au. All right, cool. Well, going forward, I'm going to actually check out the units of competency that my learners may go through, or just explore the site just a little bit more. Folks, drop a C in the chat that's clear for you. All you're going to do, based on what we covered yesterday, one thing, what's one new action or new thought that you may have going forward? Whatever it is for you is going to be what it is for you, and that's a personal thing. On that note, folks, we're going to head to our rooms there, folks, and we are going to simply share with our partner what's one new action, bit of icing on the cake there, folks, and I'll bring you back in about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Go for it, team. See you back very shortly. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. And yep, awesome. Alrighty, folks, let's go ahead. Let's check in with some people. I'm going to come over to Kobe first of all. Kobe, if you could unmute yourself and share with your partner, what was your icing on the cake from yesterday? New thought or new action you may take going forward? Go for it, Kobe. What you got?
I think it's the importance of having that because reason after providing feedback, necessarily, even if it's constructive, to give them that positive swing on things and to give them a reason why you're giving them that feedback in the first place. It's just to really hone in on, yeah, why you're saying what you're saying.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love it. Really, really cool. Bridget, over to you. Go for it, Bridget.
Mine was the 90% of people forget what you tell them. And I just think it's important to remember that and remember that number and have a bit of grace, especially when someone is learning something that they haven't learned before, and be able to say it a couple of times for them to remember it.
So well said, and so glad you picked that up. And as humans, we often overestimate how much people are paying attention, how much they are actually remembering, and how much the brain actually takes in, because really the brain is constantly deleting, distorting, generalizing, and removing things that it can't take in at any point. It can only take in so much at any one time. And really great point, Bridget. Love it. Danielle, over to you. Just staying in that group as we are there. Danielle, over to you. Go for it.
Mine was the change thoughts, change actions, and change lives. And just the importance of when you are in a trainer or in this type of role.
Very cool. Very cool. Never forgetting why we do what we do. Callum, over to you. Go for it, Callum. What you got?
Mine was the empowering question, asking what the biggest challenge an audience will face if they don't act on what you're saying. I think it's a good way to reframe your thinking to focus on the audience and the learner rather than yourself when you're delivering presentations.
So well said. I love that. That is so cool. Justin, over to you. Go for it.
Good morning, Mark.
Morning.
From my perspective, one of the things that I noticed you were doing yesterday was anytime you introduced a new subject or topic, you repeated it 3 times. I think that's a great way of structuring anchoring.
Very cool. Very cool. I love that word, anchoring. Nice, 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 nice. Very cool. And yeah, really, really important, particularly in the online space. Very nice. Very cool. India, over to you. Go for it, India.
Hello.
Hello.
I guess basically what you said yesterday, like there's no such thing as a perfect presentation. And if you focus on what can be done better in the future, then you're always, I guess, enhancing, always growing, and always refining your presentation so that it does reach the audience that you're trying to tailor it to, and it sends the message that you really want to get across.
Well said. Well said. I love it. As someone said yesterday, I think it might have even been Justin, that the aiming for perfection will often get in the way of progress. But yeah, when we speak from the heart, lands on the heart. So really well done. Love it, India. And I'm not sure if Helen is still here or not, but Helen, if you are here, feel free to unmute. And yeah, I believe you are there. Awesome. Go for it, Helen. What did you get from yesterday, or your icing on the cake?
My takeaway was every presentation is practice for the next. I do have the tendency to get in my own head and am self-conscious when it comes to public speaking. So I think having that takeaway will help kind of bring me out of my own headspace when I am given the opportunity to speak in front of an audience. So yeah.
Nice. Nice. And yeah, feel free to even go to the extent of writing it on a sticky note, whipping it out and going, okay, Cool. Dropping that empowering question or the empowering beliefs. And even in workshop 2, we talk about more strategies to overcome those moments there as well. Jessica, I believe you are our next person to share. Go for it, Jessica.
Thanks. So yesterday I really liked the stages of focus, like with a presentation, the focus on me, then focus on the content and focus on the audience. I'm the same as Helen. I really get in my head when I know I have to do any sort of public speaking. So I like that I could break that down and have something to focus on to kind of get out of my own head a bit.
Yeah, nice. Nice. I love it. Really important. Whenever we have a structure or framework to come back to, we can rest in that framework and we can kind of rely on that, knowing it's going to produce a result, which is great. But without a framework, our brain can sort of be a little bit frazzled and we can sometimes waffle as well. So really good to have those things to come back to, which is fantastic. And I believe everybody has shared. Everyone, can you drop a yes in the chat if you have shared? I believe everyone has. If you haven't yet shared, drop it. Tiani hasn't shared, I don't think. Tiani, over to you. I think you need to share next. Go for it, Tiani. Go for it.
I think most people have touched base the stages of focus, and that every presentation, yes, is a practice for the next. For me, I think when it comes to the surveys, like after a course has been run and your class is sending those surveys back, I think a lot of us, when we're doing the surveys, fluff a bit of information on there, which is probably not true. Some are a bit sarcastic with that. It's actually taking the time to look at those and analyze those, because I think you can draw some good points from that to go forward with that said presentation for the next time, to make improvements to that. So yeah, taking that process probably seriously was one thing I got out of it.
Yeah, nice. And if I can recommend any books to anyone, there is a book called Thanks for the Feedback. I'll just drop the title in the chat box there for you. It's called Thanks for the Feedback. I read it and it was an absolute game changer. And essentially it's a book written by some Harvard researchers, and they looked at what actually happens when someone receives feedback, but also emotionally what goes on for them and why people resist feedback, and how you can get feedback that may or may not seem valuable at the time or given in a very helpful manner, and how you can really still find the gold in the feedback that's presented to you. Reading that book really helped me sort of have conversations with people when they were telling me things, even managers and bosses, when they were saying things, I'm like, okay, I don't really understand what you're trying to tell me here, but gave me the skills and the strategies to actually extract what they actually meant. And I guess bouncing off points going forward, okay, what do I actually need to do differently? Because I don't know about you, but drop a yes in chat. If you ever received feedback, it was a little bit ambiguous and you're like, what do you actually mean by that? And particularly on the feedback forms, I'll put some comments, you're like, okay, that's weird, right? But that book, Thanks for the Feedback, was fantastic. There is a TED Talk on it as well, but it really looks at the art and science of how people feel when they receive feedback and helps you get the gold from it. But also there is a little segment in there about how to give feedback really impactfully and empowering as well. So you may want to check out that book. It's a really great resource to check out, and something that really I love to share with all of my TAE students, because it really helps you understand the other side. Understand the other side of how does it feel when we give feedback well and also not so effectively. But if you're an employee and you're getting a performance review, it's like, okay, well, I don't necessarily agree with that, but okay, what am I actually going to do with those comments there, right? So it really is an empowering conversation. And so I'll just type the name of the book in there one more time for you. Thanks for the Feedback. All right, great book. Definitely check it out. And I really got some massive value from it. So we're now going to do a very quick... Yeah, definitely, Justin. Really great point. Really great point. So we're going to jump into a bit of a quiz from yesterday and just some very basics, just so that we lock in the learning, so to speak. So the first question I'm going to have for you in something we're going to regularly come back to, drop in the chat, what's the name of the National Vet Regulator, folks? What's the name of the National Vet Regulator? You guys should be all over it. And awesome. We'll just go ahead and react to that. Excellent. Asqua, beautiful. Love it. All right, cool. Next question, folks. How many focus areas are there for the standards for RTOs? How many focus areas? Oh, you guys are nailing it. Beautiful. 4. Excellent. Now, next question is who writes training packages? Who writes training packages? And there should be only one possible answer for this. And if you say, my RTO, I will come over through the screen and slap you because it is JSCs. Excellent. JSCs. Beautiful. All right. Next question here, folks. How many JSCs are there? Excellent, Bridget. Beautiful. Oh, you guys are all over it. I got the smarties. Excellent. Next question here, folks. There are 4 ways that we know someone can do something. This will challenge you a little bit. You may need to check your notes. But what do we call those 4 criteria? It's a word that starts with D. But let's see if you guys remember it. It was called blah, blah, or blah, blah. Survival skills? Not exactly. Not exactly. Oh, everyone copy India. Copy India. Well done. Dimensions of competency. Very cool. Very cool. Everyone type that in the chat. Fantastic. Gold star there for Kobe. Everyone type in dimensions of competency. Good job, team. I like it. I like it. I like the abbreviation there as well. Doc. Beautiful. All right. Next one, folks. Oh, let's just postulate a concept here. If I'm in Victoria and I also teach outside Victoria, true or false, I will be regulated by 2 bodies. I'll be regulated by 2 bodies. Beautiful. Kobe all over it. So I'm going to be regulated by VRQA, and I'll also be regulated by Asqua. Good times. And last question here, folks. Ooh, let's see if anyone remembers. What's the name of the website that we go to find out about the training packages, units of competency, and qualifications, folks? Training.gov.au. Training.gov.au. Awesome, team. Well done. Well done. Well done. Really, really appreciate that. Now, excellent. So I'm now going to let you know that today we're going to step into a little bit of doing the thing. Now, I'll just let Helen know. Feel free to leave whenever you need to leave. That's totally fine. And just maybe drop a note in the chat whenever you do leave. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to step into doing the thing. Now, for me, it kind of is a bit of an interesting scenario that people come along to the TAE and drop in the chat. If we were training to be Olympic swimmers, and we had 2 ways to become Olympic swimmers and win gold medals. You know, we want gold medals, right? Now, which do you think would be a more effective way to train? We could sit in a room and we could read books about swimming. That'd be the dry method. Or we could get in the pool and actually do some laps. That would be the wet method. Folks, drop in the chat which you think is going to be more effective. Yeah, get in the pool, do some laps. I know. What a crazy idea, right? Crazy idea. Now, we need to appreciate that if we actually are coming along to a training and assessing course, I think it would probably be a good idea to actually get in the pool and do some laps. Training the NT. Love it. All right. Now, the thing is, what I would love you to do is drop, actually, I'm going to go with, let me go with Kobe. Kobe, if you could do me a huge favor, and you don't need to go verbal on this or anything like that. Kobe, you're just going to look at your notes, and I would love you, Kobe, to drop in the chat one thing that you wrote down from yesterday. Could be anything at all, but just drop in the chat one thing that you wrote down from yesterday. That would be awesome if you could, please. And that would be great. Just drop in the chat one thing at all that you run. Coffee shop. Beautiful. That is a perfect one. That's a perfect one, right? Now, before we go into this, and I'll just type that into this section here for me to remember. Okay, so I got a coffee shop. Beautiful. Okay, so before I demonstrate this, I need you to appreciate that there is one word in the English language that people absolutely unconsciously hate. And that is the word of should. Everyone, if you type the word should into the chat box for me, if you could, please, should. If you just type that in, that would be great. Really, really cool. All right, now, the thing is, nobody likes to be told what to do. Nobody likes to be told what to do. Nobody likes to also have unsolicited advice. Nobody likes to have unsolicited advice. Drop a yes in the chat if you can kind of relate to that. Nobody likes to be told, well, you should be doing this with your life, and, you know, you should fix this up, and you should. And whenever we have that sense of agency is being taken away from us, we resist what's being told to us. Drop an R in the chat, you can't relate to that, right? When agency is taken away, like, excuse me, who are you to say that? However, one of the key things around changing somebody's thoughts, actions, and lives is tapping into the idea of inspiration. Everyone drop an I for inspiration to the chat box for me, if you could, please. You see, what inspires us is when we hear somebody and we hear new gateways of possibility opening for them, we have an idea of, wow, maybe that's possible for me as well. And whenever we're teaching, whenever we're training, we have to be very careful around opening people's ears to possibilities. And in the world of training, we've actually got a concept called coachability. Everyone, type the word coachability into the chat box if you could for me, please. Coachability. And coachability is the idea of somebody's willingness to actually take on new ideas, and they're open-minded, closed-minded, and maybe they're willing to take on instructions, take on feedback. But do you think we want more coachability or less coachability in our learners, folks? Drop in the chat. We want more or less? Beautiful. Now, as you may or may not agree, these days, more beautiful. These days with younger people, younger generations, do you think coachability is going up or possibly down, folks, where people are saying, yeah, don't you tell me how to do it, right? So coachability is a really, really important thing to think about. So we have to, one of the first things, down and less self. Oh, Tiani, great point. Love it. Definitely relate that with my daughter. So for me, we need to be able to speak to a topic, but we need to say it without shooting ourselves or shooting our audience, right? So what's going to happen now is I'm going to demonstrate something, and there's going to be some particular words that I use. I'm going to go for probably about 40 seconds, and not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to use the topic that Kobe gave me, and she gave me the topic of coffee shop. I believe that was the topic there. So just dropping that in for reference. All right, so I'm going to go for about 30 seconds, and I'm going to ask you what particular words did I really emphasize? Hi, folks. How are you doing? So the other day I went to a course. It was about training, public speaking, and presenting. Now at the course, I discovered this really interesting concept around the AQF and the coffee shop analogy. Now, this trainer was a little bit weird, a little bit unusual. He got a little bit excited too often, but he talked about this framework on how you could easily remember the AQF in different levels. He said, if you put it in the context of a coffee shop, cert 1, make the coffee. Cert 2, make the preferences. Cert 3, fix the machine when it breaks down. Cert 4, train and supervise other staff. And then last of all, he said, deployment, manage and grow the shop. And I realized going forward, I guess in my workplace, I can kind of see ways that I could actually apply that framework to different job roles and different tasks that I'm doing. Folks, does that kind of make sense? Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. Go ahead, drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, as somebody already picked up, there was a word at the very beginning that I emphasized. Folks, drop in the chat the word discover for me, please. Discover. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now, there was another word that I bridged onto, which was realize. Everyone drop a realize into the chat box for me if you could, please. Realize. Excellent. Now, the last thing that I did was I said, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, right? Does that make sense? Everyone type it, does that make sense, into the chat box if you could for me, please. Go ahead, drop in it. Does that make sense? Beautiful. Now, I need Bridget. Bridget, could you go ahead and pick one other thing that you wrote down yesterday? Not the coffee shop. If you pick something else, drop in the chat. Bridget, go for it. The faster you drop in the chat, the faster we'll go for it. And anything at all that came up from yesterday, when you drop it in, we will kick off the demo there. Bridget, beautiful. Hi, everyone. The other day I went to a course and I learned about training and presenting a little bit, but at the course, I discovered this concept around growth and fixed mindsets. And the trainer, he kind of explained the idea that if we want to learn and grow as individuals, when we are learning something, it's better to have a growth mindset. And he explained that ultimately a growth mindset is the belief that you can take on new ideas, new concepts, but a fixed mindset is the idea that you kind of already know everything and there's nothing new to learn. I realized going forward that probably I need to check myself even more often, and I probably need to start to think about the phrases or the thoughts that I'm having when I'm learning something, or even when I'm approaching a new task at work. Everyone, does that make sense? Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense to you. Beautiful. All right, cool. Jessica's going to help me out. Jessica, drop in the chat. One more example. By the way, that one went for 42 seconds. Jessica, drop something in the chat there, and let's go for it, Jessica. The empowering questions. Beautiful. Hi, everyone. The other day I went to a course, and the course is about training and presenting, but the trainer, he shared something with the audience that was really, really helpful for me. I discovered this empowering question. And for me personally, I've always really struggled with public speaking. But at the course, I discovered this question that could help me transform my focus from me and onto my audience. I realized going forward, if I use this question, it's going to help me reduce my nervousness and help me feel even more comfortable before I present. Does that make sense? Everyone drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. Beautiful. All right, cool. So what's going to happen now is not yet been in mind. You're going to head to a breakout room, and the crew that are all together in the same room, if you guys could break up into pairs, however you do that is totally fine. But one person is going first, and Bridget, you'll go first. Jessica, you'll go first, and let's go with Kobe, you'll go first, and India, you'll go first. So not yet, but in a moment, you're going to head to a breakout room, and you're simply going to pick a piece of content that we covered yesterday. And you're going to say, hi, how are you going? The other person say, good. Then you're going to say, the other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, 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 blah. And you're going to explain the thing. Then you're going to say, I realized going forward, blah, blah. And then you're simply going to say, does that make sense? Everyone type in the chat one more time. Does that make sense? Type in the chat. Does that make sense? No, everyone type in the phrase if you could. Does that you guys are all over it. Fantastic. So you're going to head to a breakout room. And the thing is, you're essentially going to teach the thing to the other person. And we'll talk about why in a moment. But on that note, you're going to head to a breakout room. And ideally, if you could spend about 30 seconds, 40 seconds on the piece of content, that would be great. But the idea is, believe and have the assumption that the other person has never heard the thing before and you are teaching it to them. But the key word that I want you to lead with is the word discover. Discover. No other word is available to you, but the word is discover. Discover, discover. And let's lock that in our minds. Everyone drop a D for discover in the chat box. And the faster you do that, faster we're jumping in. On that note, as I said, people go on first, and swap over to the other person, and then the other person has a go, and they can teach anything, same point if they wanted to, but they'll probably teach a different point from yesterday. On that note, head to your rooms, and I'll bring you back in about a minute and a half. That'll be enough time for each person to share their wisdom with the discover. So the other day I went to a course and I discovered blah, 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 and I realized blah, blah. Does that make sense? Go for it, team. See you back very shortly. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. I think that is everyone. And I think 2 people will be coming back very shortly there. On that note, we're now going to do something that's a little bit unusual, a little bit different, but what you're going to do is you're going to acknowledge the awesomeness of another individual. And just to make sure that Daniel is in the crew there. I think Daniel fell out. Hopefully Daniel is okay there. Hopefully Daniel had to go there. But on that note, you're going to simply answer the blanks in this question. I'm going to drop in the chat box there for you. I watched X person, and one thing they did really well was. So it could be, yep, I watched Bill, and one thing he did really well was explain the concept. Or I watched Bill, one thing he did really well was his time management. Or I watched Mary, and one thing she did really well was check in at the end and ask, did that make sense? So everyone go ahead, drop in the chat the answer to that. So I watched X person. One thing they did really well was blah, blah, and drop in the chat what you got there, folks. I'll give you some time to think and drop in the chat. I watched who and why they did really well. Ooh, I like it, Kobe. What an awesome one. I watched Danny. She explained the topic clearly. Ooh, great time. Nice. 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 Well done, Justin. Great comment. One thing. Ooh. With a whole bit of enthusiasm. Oh, hold the enthusiasm. We're not at a workshop 2 yet. Just kidding, of course. I love it. Great comment there from Kobe. And I'll just wait for a few more. Yeah, no, not a problem, Daniel. I can see that you're dropping out a few times. That's okay. We'll get you there. Nice, nice. Beautiful. Well done, team. Well done, well done. Now, yeah, beautiful. Love it. Emphasize the key points. You guys are pretty awesome at this, picking it up so well, so quickly. On that note, I now want to sort of introduce a concept called the cone of learning. So if you're taking notes, which I'm sure that you are, if you grab a pen, write down in your notepad, cone of learning for me, that would be great. Once you've written that down, if you could just drop an R in the chat, that'll let me know that you're ready there, folks. That'd be awesome. So we got the cone of learning going on. Now, when I heard this concept, my mind completely blew. I was like, seriously? Okay then, all right. Everyone, can you drop a yes in the chat if you can see my screen that says cone of learning, learning pyramid? Drop a yes in the chat if you can see the slide there. And let me know that it's showing up for you. And it's actually, now it should be. Now it should be. I'm glad I checked. Glad I checked. They're beautiful. Awesome. So sometimes Zoom lets me down. But we got this learning pyramid thing going on, right? Now, when I saw this, I'm like, oh, my gosh, right? And I am very, very passionate about how do I help people learn and learn even faster. Kobe, you should be able to see it now. If you can't, I'll go ahead and try to reshare. And let me know, Kobe, is it showing up for you now? And if it's, yeah, awesome. So for me, I'm all about accelerated learning, right? So accelerated learning, it's a bit of a weird question, but folks, do you want your learners to learn faster or slower? Drop an F or an S in the chat. Do you want them to learn faster or slower? Drop an F and an S in the chat. Beautiful, faster, right? That kind of makes sense. But for me, I got ferociously curious about how do I actually facilitate that and make that happen. Along my journey, I discovered the learning pyramid. And for me, I started to look into this study that I actually did in America, and you can definitely look it up. Now, when depends most faster. For me, I looked into the study, and when I believe the statistics and the numbers or not, it kind of made sense to me a little bit in regards to common sense stuff. And here we've got this triangle here, and what they actually looked at is how much people actually take away from different modalities of actually receiving the information. Now we got 10%, 20%, 30%. So 10% when you read something, if at all 10%, audio, visual, demonstration when you're watching a demonstration, discussion, practice. But folks, drop in the chat, what does a 90% relate to? What does a 90% relate to? Drop in the chat. The faster you do that, the faster. Beautiful, teaching others, right? Now, for me, I don't know about you, but whenever I'm kind of expected to teach something, like 2 years ago when my daughter said to me, Dad, could you teach me to? What do you think she said? She was a 16, 17-year-old kid. Dad, could you teach me to drive? Absolutely. And I was like, oh, shit, I don't know. I just don't know, right? But I took her to the car park and we went around the car park. She crashed my car, all that fun stuff that goes along with that. But do you think, drop a yes in the chat, if you think very quickly I hit the limits of my knowledge around driving cars? Drop a yes in the chat if you know, or you can assume I hit my limits, right? And in that moment, there was something that happened for me, which was the key word of, and I'll drop this in the chat for you, ownership. Ownership. Everyone drop an O for ownership into the chat box for me, please. Ownership, right? And the thing is, ownership is critically important, and ownership equals retention. Ownership equals retention. Ownership equals retention. You probably want to grab a pen and write that down. Ownership equals retention. And when we were able to actually own the information, then we retain it over the long term. Unfortunately, though, drop in the chat, do you think most corporate training, or even, training out there outside your field, possibly in your field, but outside your field, do you think most training is top of the pyramid or bottom of the pyramid? And highly likely it's going to be what? Top or bottom, folks? Top. Beautiful, Callum. You nailed it, right? Most training out there is top, right? Now, for me, when I saw this, I'm like, okay, cool. Let me play with this idea. So I actually shared this with a painter that actually worked with apprentices and teaching young kids how to paint. He actually used to go around to high schools, and he would get the apprentices in his truck and they would paint the walls. But Greg, he came to me and he said, Mark, I'm just getting burnt out. I'm just getting so tired of teaching these young kids. And I said, okay, cool. Greg, can I teach you a concept? And he said, yeah, sure, whatever. So I taught him this concept of the learning pyramid, and I taught him the idea of getting his learners to actually teach each other. And he's like, okay, cool, fine. I'll go away and teach it, and I'll try and, I'll try it. So he went away and he actually started in his truck demonstrating something. Then he put people in pairs, and then they taught the thing to each other. He naturally walked around, heard what was going on, and then he corrected things. Then they swapped over and they taught each other. And then guess what? Suddenly, the learners were doing so much more of the work. They were owning the content, and he was enjoying the experience, and the learners were enjoying the experience so much more as well. Drop a yes in the chat if you think that might be a good thing. And ultimately, it was a complete transformation of the dynamic. Now, as I mentioned to you guys previously, I used to be a training manager at a paramedic college. Now, when I first joined that paramedic college, they had 3 workshops that they were running, but the workshops they were running, they had a dropout rate, which was quite high. And they found that only out of, say, 20 students, only 3 or 4 would actually get through the workshops. I went in initially as a consultant, and they brought me in to transform the results because they were not happy with what was going on. I walked in, I'm like, okay, assess the situation. I walked in, I taught them the learning pyramid, and I said, look, folks, we need to reignite the passion and the ownership for the content. I said, going forward, we're going to do this. And I got the trainers to teach the piece of content, the CPR, the whatever it may be. Then I got them to put people in pairs, teach each other. Trainer walked around, make sure they were hearing it. Then correct it, teach each other, and guess what? The completion rates for the qualification rose from about 3 people all the way up to about 17, 18 people actually surviving the course, actually completing the course. I think that is a pretty good result. And it all came back to how do we take the content from a passive modality and helping people own the information. Everyone drop an O in the chat for own one more time for me, if you could, please, right? Now, I'm not going to say that this is the only way to teach. I'm not going to say that. But what I will say is the more opportunity you can actually create for people to actually take on the knowledge, go away and do the research and come back and report to the group, or come up with the answers themselves, or discover the answers, or share the answers with each other, or teach the content to each other, the higher the probability that there's going to be greater levels of retention of that piece of content. All right. So on that note, before we go any further, I'd love you to drop in the chat, and Daniel's just fell at that. I'd love you to drop in the chat from this conversation around the cone of learning pyramid. Folks, drop in the chat. What did you discover? What did you realize? What really stood out to you? Go for it, team. Just drop in the chat. Any thoughts, any ideas? That's really, what's really sparked in your minds there. And hopefully Daniel's okay. Hopefully we can get that connection sorted. Yeah, nice. Beautiful, Danielle. Love it. All right, that's where it's at, folks. That's where it's at. Yeah. Oh, Justin, good way to say it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Learning is a combination. It certainly is. Certainly is. And I believe I don't really know something until I can simplify it and explain it to someone else. Nice. Nice. Good point, India. I love it. I love it. And I don't know about you, but sometimes I think there is an expectation or an idea that we actually retain a lot more from reading than we actually do. All right. So really, and so many ways to learn and keep retention through learning styles. Beautiful. Love it. Yes. Yes. Certainly does, Gianni. Awesome. Beautiful. And just gonna wait for a few more to drop in there. I think 1, 2, 3. Yes, certainly increases. And the irony with videos is most people are actually watching them on silent anyway, so subtitles are really cool. Beautiful. Love it, team. Excellent, excellent. Great to see those coming through. So on that note, we're actually going to take our break for the day, and we're going to come back at let's come back at 9:10, folks. Everyone drop a 9:10 in the chat for me if you could, please, and I'll see you back here at 9:10. Awesome. Thank you so much. And Daniel, I'm not sure how much you caught or didn't catch, but this section is being recorded, so I'll definitely send the recording out to you there. Hopefully you're okay. Hopefully you're okay. Daniel, how are you going there? Is everything okay with your connection?
Look, I would like to say yes, but as we both know, government technology cannot keep up with online demands. So I've swapped to a different laptop. Hopefully this one will be a bit better.
Okay, awesome.
I missed the entirety of that last bit, but it was something about ownership and is it students self-teaching or students teaching and then retention or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. As I said, I'll send you through the recording and you'll be all good. The bonus is that it's although it's important content, we haven't touched on the assessing part, so you haven't missed any of the assessments, so to speak, yet. So that is all good. So
cool.
It's bonus knowledge, and it'll come to you later on this afternoon.
Sweet.
Awesome. Awesome. As we hit that mark there, everyone go ahead, drop in the chat if you're present, ready to go, ready to rock and roll. Drop P in the chat. Let me know you're present, ready to go, ready to rock and roll. Excellent, excellent. Great to see those P's coming through, and I'm sure that that final person will be coming back very shortly and joining us, and all good. Awesome. On that note, folks, go ahead. We're going to fire up the neural pathways there, folks. Drop in the chat one thing you've written down so far that's really stood out to you from this morning so far. Drop in the chat one thing you've written down. Could be anything at all. I don't mind. Ownership equals retention. Beautiful. 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 Excellent. Excellent. That is where it's at. All right. So just going to wait for a few more of those to come through. Cone. I like a bit of cone of learning pyramid. Lots of great content there. And you can definitely learn more about that in my book if you'd like to. Beautiful. All right. So now what we're going to do is we've got 3 possible answers on this. We've got yes, no, or partial. What I would love you to do is drop in the chat if you had an opportunity to watch any or some or none of the videos that I sent through last night. So your answer would be a yes or a no no or partial, P for a partial. Oh, Kobe, legend. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And Daniel, if you didn't get to watch all of them, that's okay. If you didn't get to watch any of them, that's okay. Other people in your group may have, right? So not yet, but in a moment. Tiani, no apologies. Okay, no problem. I will have to say very strongly that tonight you will have a video to watch. Watching it is kind of non-negotiable, right? Because we're going to be bridging from that tomorrow as we look at content, and it's going to really shape tomorrow, and it's also going to shape cool. So it's also going to really shape workshop 2 as well. So tonight's one, if you could definitely check that out, that would be great. Really important. So last night's one's not so as important, but I would encourage you, if you didn't watch them last night, going forward, maybe on the weekend, if you could check them out, that would be great. So on that note, Tiani, you'll still be in a great group there with other people that may have. And so generally everyone should be with somebody that has watched at least one of them or some of them. So on that note, you can head to a breakout room, and all I'd love you to do is simply share with your partner. If you watched all 3, great. Share what was one thing that stood out from each of them or one of them, or ask your partner. If you didn't watch them, what stood out to you, and just have a chat about your key learnings, right? And if you didn't watch them, that's totally fine. Don't focus on that too much. Just have a chat about what the other person got. That's really cool. So on that note, head to your rooms and simply have a chat, and then we can come back, and then I'd love you to share with me what you got from any of the 3 videos. Could be anything at all. Maybe one of them spoke to you more than the other. We had time management. We had how to use videos effectively, and we looked at the idea of learning alone doesn't equal growth. All right. On that note, head to your rooms, and I'll bring you back in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Go for a team. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. I think that's everyone back. There's actually a couple people there having a chat, which is awesome. So we'll give them the time to do that. And then we'll come back very shortly. And cool. Give them some time to do that. Having a good quality conversation there. Love it. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and welcome back, team. Welcome back. Now, I am aware that some of you may or may not have watched them. I don't really mind that, and I'm not going to focus on that. What I would love you to do is we're going to hear from some people. Now, if you didn't watch it, that's totally fine. There's no need to say that. But what you are going to is potentially your partner said something that you want to magnify and draw upon as well. So as we check in with the people, I don't need you to say, I watched it or I didn't watch it. Just say, yep, one thing I got from the video was X, Y, Z. Or you could say, one thing my partner got from the video was X, Y, Z. Everyone drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. Just drop a yes in the chat. All right, we don't need to focus on the did or the didn't. Let's just go, all right, one thing I got or one thing my partner got. We're going to come over to Bridget in a moment. She's going to unmute herself. And Bridget, I'd love you to share what's one thing that you got or that your partner got from the video. Go for it. Bridget, over to you.
One thing that I got is the more you grow, the less things trigger you, and you won't know that you've grown until you're sort of in the same situation. And then something that would have bothered you 6 months ago, now it's just like water under the bridge, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she listened.
Awesome. Drop a V for valuable if you think that's a valuable learning, folks, because oh, that's gold. I am so glad you got that one because so many people say, oh, growth is my thing. That's what I love. But then you say, all right, well, how do you know you've grown? Have you really grown at all? And that is awesome. I'm so glad that you said that one. That is so good. Allow me to get excited. Love it. I love it. Danielle, I'm going to come over to you. Danielle, go for it.
All right, and muted.
Thank you. Probably expanding on yourself, starting small. Presenting to small groups first and then going from there.
Have you got the...
Awesome. Love it. Well done. We'll come over to India next. To go for it, India.
I guess I really liked the how to use videos effectively in a learning environment video. It was interesting to see the different categories and different types of videos and how would utilize them in different with different audiences in different environments and depending on which message or content you wanted to present.
Nice. Really cool. Awesome. Staying in that same group there, Justin, over to you. Go for it, Justin.
Okay, we had a quick discussion about the how-to video. So instructional videos and a good way to use them.
Very cool. Love it. And sometimes we don't see them used enough, or they're used, but they're not really pre-framed and deframed really effectively. So very cool. I love it. And we're going to come over to Kobe next. To go for it, Kobe. For you or your partner. Go for it.
My one's similar to India and Justin. With the video utilization is making sure you're introducing them appropriately and also making sure that you're making a conscious decision why you're including it in the first place, not just as like a time waster kind of thing.
Music to my ears. I love it. So cool because I see it so often that doesn't happen. So love it. Really happy. And Jessica, over to you. Go for it, Jessica.
I'm muted. Sorry. Okay. So one thing that I liked was the video about not going over time. I think we've all been at training days where it runs over time and everyone kind of zones out and is just looking at wanting to leave. And I liked that you made a point of being respectful of attendees' time. And that made me appreciate that yesterday you were such a stickler for staying on time. And then that I feel like everyone really appreciated that that was the reasoning behind how you ran the day. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, how could you not? It's like going over time. That's just weird for me. This is like a foreign concept. I love it. So cool you picked that one up and staying in that room there. Tiani, over to you. Go for it. Since that we are.
My big one was listening to the girls talk about the time management factor. I think we've all been burnt in the past with facilitators of said courses that are going on war stories for 45 minutes out of an hour-long session about a particular topic. So the time management and being respectful of that. The other thing was, the video, the content in which you're including in said videos, the reasoning behind why you're using them, and then drawing people's focus into what it is they probably need to focus on during that video, and then recapping that after the use of the video. So, yeah.
Great summary. I love it. Callum, over to you. Go for it, Callum.
Yeah, I think the thing that stuck with me was that focus on not going over time and how it is actually a respect thing for the students. And then I think you mentioned having multiple methods of telling time and making sure that you're not going over. So using stopwatches and things like that.
Really cool. Really cool. And even right now, I've got 3 ways that I'm telling time. So really great pickup. Love it. And our next person, Daniel. And Daniel, I'm not sure if you saw or not, but feel free to draw upon what's already been said. Go for it, Daniel. Go for it.
I think something that my group, Kobe and Callum, picked up, and they mentioned something I do find valuable, is obviously the use of videos in training can be effective. And obviously you can, they mentioned something about comedic effect videos, but only if it's introduced properly. And obviously you tell the audience, you tell the people being trained to what to expect. Obviously you don't want to just, it's a serious environment if they're learning, and then if you throw just a funny video in there out of the blue, it can kind of disrupt that learning environment. I believe, at least that's what I kind of took away from that conversation we had.
Yeah. Really well said. Really well said. And that's exactly the point, which is awesome. Love it. And I think that is everybody. If you've shared, everyone drop an S in the chat if you've shared. If you haven't shared, just drop an NS. But I think everybody has shared. Excellent. Fantastic, folks. Whatever you got from the videos is great, and feel free, if you want to go away and watch them at a future time, feel free to do that. Really appreciate you guys sharing, and let's acknowledge all the shares there. Everyone drop an AJ in the chat. Awesome job as we share, because as we all know, it can be a little bit intimidating to unmute ourselves and share, but you guys did an epic job there, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a quick chat around the 4 stages of learning. 4 stages of learning, and I'd love you to drop an L in the chat for learning if you could for me, please. 4 stages of learning. And unfortunately, a lot of times training environments or training rooms are like Las Vegas, all right? And you understand Las Vegas, you'll understand what I mean by that in a moment when I say what happens in Vegas. Finish the rest of my sentence there, folks. What happens in Vegas? Finish the rest of my sentence. Drop in the chat. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? What happens in a training room often stays in a training room, because people don't fully appreciate and are aware of the 4 stages of actually learning something. And sometimes as a trainer, we're not actually able to build what we call bridges to knowledge transfer. So I'm just going to type that in the chat. So knowledge transfer. Now, knowledge transfer is the concept of actually taking what they've learned from here in my brain to actually applying it to the big wide world, right? So knowledge transfer is taking it outside the training room and out the door and actually using it. Hopefully that makes sense there. So Kobe, absolutely knowledge transfer. Thank you for typing that in. So everyone drop a KT into the chat box if you could for me, please. All right. So there's actually 4 stages to learning anything. You probably want to grab a pen and write this down. So the first one is exposure, that I can't spell. Exposure, right? Excellent. So number 2 is a thing that starts with P. Number 3, P, and number 4 there is A. All right. So let's come back. Number 2 here is practice. And I will certainly explain each of these and we'll go through them. I'll tell you a little bit of story about it as well. And then we've got personalization. And then number 4 there is application. Application. All right. So exposure is the idea. And I'll just give you a moment to write those down. And once you've written those down, just drop a D in the chat. Let me know that you're done on that. And beautiful, right? So we got exposure. Exposure is the idea of I'm going to show you something, tell you something, or essentially you will hear something. All right, you're going to see a concept, be exposed to a concept. Then you're going to practice the concept, but in a very controlled environment where the answers or the possibilities are very refined and there isn't much scope for going outside the parameters, right? So it's practicing the thing. Personalization is the art and science of a learner looking at the content and asking themselves, how will they use the information? How will it impact them? And going forward, can they see themselves using the content? Can they envision themselves using it, applying it, and creating a future with that piece of content? Now, application, that is the idea of beyond the training room, actually applying it back in the workplace or in the big wide world. Now, out of this 1, 2, 3, and 4, drop in the chat a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which one do you think is maybe underemphasized in the world of training that if it was emphasized a little bit more, may get even more traction? Beautiful. Personalization. You see, personalization is what takes the content from being passive to an active experience, right? There's a number of different ways that we can personalize content, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But first, so for me, back in high school, in grade 10, I actually went and lived in Japan for 3 months. I lived in Japan for 3 months, went to high school over there. And if you had been with me going to high school, I was a little bit adventurous, but a little bit stressed out at the same time because I would go to high school each day. I'd be exposed to all this language. But after 2 or 3 weeks, I started to get frustrated because I was going to the library. I was going to the library every day with my trusty textbook, and I was practicing all my grammar structures. I was practicing it all. And I'm like, but my language isn't getting any better. I was practicing. I was writing all the answers. I was trying to practice, but it wasn't getting any better. So I said to my homeroom teacher at the time, her name was Sachiko. I said, Sachiko, I'm not getting any better. I said this in Japanese, of course, because she didn't speak English. And I said, Sachiko, how can I get better? And she said, well, I can help you, but you've got to be open to a challenge. I said, yeah, definitely open to a challenge. He's like, oh, well, I don't know. Are you really open to the challenge? And I said, yep, I can do it. My parents paid a lot of money. I'm here. I'm ready to learn. She said, okay. So she gave me a challenge. She said, every day after school, I want you to go home and I want you to write a 2-page journal entry about what you did today, and I want you to write it in Japanese. I'm like, oh, no, I can't do that. She said, well, you said you're ready for the challenge. I'm like, okay. So I went home that night and I started to have to actually articulate things I'd never actually said before. I had to write sentences like, in biology class, I was frustrated. Or in PE class, Satoshi kicked me in the head with a soccer ball. Folks, drop a yes in the chat if you think very quickly my vocabulary expanded and went through the roof, right? Excellent, because it was an experience of personalization and personalizing my, I guess, journey in the language experience there. And as part of that, the next day, you know, I took it in and she corrected my mistakes. And then she said, I want you to go and read it, read your fixed up material to your host family and have a conversation around it. And again, that was the next challenge. I'm like, oh, oh my gosh, right? But through this process, I rapidly developed my vocabulary. And after 3 months, I actually came back to Australia, and my language level was actually far superior to someone that actually gone to Japan for 12 months as opposed to 3 months, right? Now, that was all about really focusing on number 3 there, which is personalization. Now, if we take it into a training context, there are a number of different ways that we can actually get people to personalize information. Now, one simple way is popping people into breakout rooms or even real life situations, real life face-to-face trainings, and actually getting them to discuss with their partner what is the biggest thing that they've discovered or realized or is going to take away from that piece of content. Drop in a yes in the chat if you've seen that we've already been doing that over the last day and a bit here, folks. Beautiful, right? So a lot of times people say, oh, I've got so much to cover and I've got so many slides to get across. And my answer is, okay, and then? Essentially, sometimes we have a belief that the idea is that the more I cover, the better I am. Well, my belief is that the more you get through, the better the experience. What I mean by that is it's not about the length, it's about the depth. So everyone, drop the word deep into the chat box for me if you could, please. Drop the word deep. Beautiful, right? So for me, it's not about how much I get through, but how much gets through to my audience. And what I like to generally do is after every activity, we're doing a personalization. After every 6 to 12 slides, we're doing a personalization, right? And for me, it's not about the thing, it's about how are people going to use the thing and then personally connecting to that thing, all right? And there's a number of different ways we can weave it in, but number 3, personalization is so powerful. Before we move on, what I'd love you to do, drop in the chat, would you discover, would you realize, and maybe it was part of my story from Japan there, maybe it was one of the concepts, drop in the chat, would you discover, would you realize from this conversation around 4 stages of learning? And let's see what you guys got from that conversation. Drop in the chat, would you discover, would you realize? And let's see what you guys got. It's not about what you get through, but how much gets through. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Creates better understanding for sure, for sure. Ooh, certainly can, certainly can, certainly can. Ooh, nice. Good job, team. Good job. Love it. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Make it personal for them and make sure they take some personal ownership around it. Beautiful. Love it, team. So now, earlier today on yesterday, we talked about application social proof. Oh, Justin, bam. I love it. So true, so true, so true. And if I really want to come back, we could actually say that application on an ongoing process is critical as important there, right? So we're going to come down. Now, yesterday and earlier today, I said it's not what I say that matters, it's what folks drop in the chat. It's not what I say that matters, it's what people, beautiful, remember, right? So for me, I've just found that there is a little bit of a art and science to helping people remember things, remember things, right? So formula for remembering or formula for retention. So you may want to grab a pen and write this down. Now, something that I'm going to say may seem a little bit obvious, yet at the same time, we don't really put it into language. So we sometimes miss the mark, so to speak, right? So in order for something to actually be memorable for us as humans, and you can probably relate as you reflect back on things in your life, right? So the first thing that it needs to be is it needs to be relevant. It needs to be relevant, folks. It needs to be relevant, i.e. relevant to you, all right? Relevant to you. And by the way, this formula you won't find in a textbook anywhere. It's something I've just discovered over time. Put some languaging around it. All right, relevant. It needs to be relevant. All right, next thing, it needs to actually be a need, right? If you don't have a need for the thing, you're going to quickly forget it. If you don't use it, what folks drop in the chat? If you don't use it, you lose it. Beautiful, right? So it needs to be relevant to you. You need to have a need for it. You need to have a need for it. And you need to have repetition. You need to have repetition, folks. Relevant plus a need plus repetition over time builds those neural pathways, right? Now, next thing that we need to add is the magical ingredient of emotion. Emotion. Everyone drop an E for emotion into the chat box for me if you could, please. You see, when we're actually speaking to people, most of the time, our logic brain is engaged, which is great. However, long-term memory and the hippocampus in the brain, that actually doesn't remember things that are sort of black and white logic, so to speak. What it remembers most of all is actually the emotion that's tied around it. And we actually remember things that are quirky, unusual, and stand out most of all. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense to you, right? We remember the weird things, the odd things. We remember the jingles on TV. We remember the annoying things. We remember the simple things, right? And when we start to understand that, we start to realize, I now understand why maybe Mark does X, Y, Z. I now maybe understand why Mark is willing to do blah, blah. I now understand maybe why, I don't know, Mark emphasizes keywords. I now, oh my gosh, I now start to understand what we are doing when we're actually presenting information. We are looking to create emotional moments where the content really sticks in. Folks, drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense to you. And essentially, we're creating moments of breaking the paradigm and capturing people's attention. And we need to be willing to occasionally be a little what I call quirky. Now, I'm not saying you have to be a clown and jump around, but you need to appreciate that in order to actually catch people's memory and make something memorable, sometimes we need to present it in an unusual or different fashion. And in workshop 2, we talk a lot about how to do that. But ultimately, we need to appreciate for something to be memorable, there has to be the relevance, the need for it, repetition over time, and highly likely and ideally great emotion. What does that look like? Simplicity, metaphor, an analogy, or something that people can easily draw upon for their memory. In the fire service, you guys use some epic acronyms to do that, and you guys use lots of different strategies. All these things are tying back to the emotional side of things. What I'd love you to drop in the chat, what is something that you got from this conversation around the formula for making things memorable there, folks? Drop in the chat what you discovered, what you realize, and what came out there for you. Great emotional moments. Ooh, nice. I love it. A little bit different standout. Maybe it feels so. Oh, that is a great comment, Callum. I love it. Nice. Be quirky. Quirky examples are the most memorable. Absolutely. You would know that intuitively, but now we just put some languaging around it. Yeah, nice. Nice, right? And we're going to remember the ones that really stand out, whether it's for the good or the bad reasons, they will always stand out because it's tied to the emotional side of our brain there. Weak wires don't fly together. Justin, great way to put that. And workshop 2 on the last day, we actually look at the neurology of the brain. Yeah, you can be quirky and sometimes you have to be, or at least be a little bit unusual or break the expectations. Beautiful. Love it. Well done, team. Now, what we're going to do is look at training evaluation. Everyone, drop an E for evaluation to training form in the chat box there for me, if you could, please. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up a model. Hey, Mark, I believe Helen is trying to rejoin the chat. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Excellent. Really appreciate the camaraderie there. Thank you so much. Yeah, cool. I might have been getting a text there. Awesome. Awesome. She is in the house. Helen, drop a yes in the chat if you are in the house. You can hear me and see me, and you are good to go. Awesome. Fantastic. Well, Helen, you've missed a lot. Just kidding. We'll bring you up to speed, and I've got the recording. It'll come out to you, and that is all good. So on that note, I will definitely just let Helen know that up till now, we've been having a look at essentially the formula for remembering things and making it memorable. Talking about the idea, it needs to be relevant. There's a need, repetition, and emotion. All right. Then we come back and we've got the 4 stages of learning, and we talked about those 4 stages. And I told a little story about me in Japan. Then we came back and we had a look at the things that we got from the videos, and each person shared a little bit about that there. And then we continue. I think you might have been there for the discover, realize, and make sense. So now we're having a chat about training evaluation. And many of you have talked about the feedback forms, which has been great. And now we're going to go a little bit of a higher level of abstraction. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to a model, and it's called the Kirkpatrick model. Everyone drop a K in the chat for Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick. Sounds like something from Star Wars. But anyway, so we got the evaluating training Kirkpatrick model. Now, whether you love the model or you don't, this is just one model that I really love and come back to. The reason I come back to it is many times as a trainer, we can believe our job is to just show up and do our session plan. I love this model because it reminds us of the bigger picture result we're actually looking to create. So level 1, reactions there. How did participants feel about the training program? Now, level 1, before I go any further, everyone, can you drop a yes in the chat if you can see my screen that says evaluating training? Beautiful. All right. So level 1 there, it says, how do participants feel? Well, that's generally going to be gauged by the what folks. Drop in the chat. We've already been talking about it. Level 1 feedback is how are we going to gauge that? Yeah, the feedback forms. Beautiful, right? Now, level 2 learning, to what extent did participants improve knowledge, skills, and change attitudes as a result of the training? Level 2, that's going to show up in the assessments. All right, so level 2, assessments. Level 3 there is about behavior. To what extent did participants change their behavior back in the workplace as a result of the training? All right. Was change actually implemented, and was behavior changed as a result of coming along to your training? Level 4, what organizational benefits resulted from the training? All right. As a result, did the organization benefit? Now, if you go onto Google or if you type in Kirkpatrick model, you may see another layer to this model here, which is level 5. And level 5 is ROI, return on investment. So they paid a bunch of money, and then did they get a return on investment? Drop in the chat, who do you think, or what departments in a company really care about ROI, folks? Drop in the chat, what departments in a company really care about ROI in regards to evaluating training success there? Finance, beautiful, Justin, beautiful. Finance, L&D departments, finance, HR, they're the ones that really, really care. Now, looking at this pyramid here, or the Kirkpatrick model, drop in the chat, if you were a trainer and you were looking to gather feedback, what level would you really care about the most? And let's see if you guys can tap into what I'm. Kobe said 1. No, I don't really care about 1. Tiani said 3. Callum said Bridger. Okay, cool. So I'm going to be a little bit biased here. And I'm actually going to say level 3. Why do you think I might care about level 3 the most? Drop in the chat. Why do you think I care about level 3? It shows change. Callum, absolutely nailed it. And ultimately for me, that is a sign that what I've actually done with the training has been impactful. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense. Demonstrates acquisition. Beautiful, right? Now, learning reactions, I'm like, oh, they like Mark, they don't like Mark, right? Well, I'm going to put that aside because I know not everyone loves me, but assessments, great. I mean, wonderful. Yay, they all pass. Great. But behavior, if that doesn't change, then I really need to reflect back and I need to go, all right, how do I restructure my training to actually create that behavioral change? And for me, I think it was about last month or the month before, I actually got an email from a firefighter. Her name is Haley. And she said something in an email I'll never, ever, ever forget. She attended a 3-day training with me, different course, different content. It wasn't even about delivery, but she sent me an email. I think it was on the Wednesday night. And yeah, no, it was actually the Thursday morning she sent it. And she joined me on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday night, she went off and delivered training. And she sent me an email on a Thursday morning and she said, Mark, just wanted to let you know, last night I ran a session, but I applied some content and some ideas that you had been doing, not really teaching, but doing over the last 3 days. And like the games that we were doing, the interactions and getting people to stand up and move around and all these different questions you were asking us. I applied this stuff, and afterwards I had firefighters come up to me and say, wow, that was the most different and unusual session I've ever been to. How did you do that? That was so different. And she said, Haley said, thank you so much for what you taught me. I really got some massive value, and all I need to do was shift a couple of things. Folks, drop a yes in the chat if you think that's a pretty good result based on behavioral application. Love it, Justin. Great languaging around it, right? It wasn't, hi, Mark, I loved your course. It was like, yeah, great, I appreciate that. But when I get level 3 feedback, that's when I get really juiced and really excited because I can see that the implemented change has really, really, really made a difference, right? So this is a Kirkpatrick model, and this is something I love to share with my diploma students, with my TA students, and really this puts things into a larger perspective. When we know the larger picture, then we can see how the little things that we do really make a big difference. What I'd love you to do is not yet, but in a moment, you guys are going to head to a breakout room. All I would love you to do, Helen is back in the house now, so I'm going to go ahead and add her to a breakout room, and that'll be really cool and awesome. So all you're going to do is simply head to a breakout room and have a chat. And up till now, I'm just going to come back to our notes here, and I'm just going to scroll down a little bit, and we have been chatting about the Kirkpatrick model. And I would love you to simply share with your partner from Kirkpatrick or Formula for Attention, or from the 4 stages of learning, or from the video stuff that we covered. What's something that has really stood out to you so far? Could be anything at all. And Helen is now in the mix. And if you have caught something from Kirkpatrick, Helen, great. But if there's other things that you want to touch on or share with your partner, go for it as well. On that note, folks, head to your breakout rooms, simply share with your partner, and the crew that's in the group of 4 there, you may want to change up the partnerships just to vary things up there as well. On that note, head to your rooms and simply share with your partner what's one thing you've got so far from what we've covered just now. On that note, head to your rooms and I'll bring you back in a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Go for it, team. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. You guys are doing so well. Go ahead, drop in the chat for you personally. We're not going to go verbal on this. We're going to go into the chat there. I'd love you to drop in the chat what's something that you've gotten so far from that conversation we've had so far around 4 stages, formula for attention, Kirkpatrick model, go for a team, your key learnings so far. And drop in the chat what you got, what you got. And we'll see if I can keep up as retention. Beautiful. Formula. Cool. Juiced. Cool. Kirkpatrick model. Beautiful. Love it. Excellent personalization. Certainly is important. Cool. Las Vegas. Cool. Nice. Importance of repetition. Excellent, folks. Excellent. Really glad that you got those key things, and really, really powerful, and lots of things to think about going forward even more as you ponder those ideas and how you can think about implementing them as you raise your levels of awareness around the 4 stages as well. So on that note, we're now going to take a break, all right? By my clock, it's 9:55. Not yet, but in a moment, we're going to take a break, all right? But during the break time, I'm going to send you through a document. I'm going to send you through a document, and the document I'm going to send you through is called the Trainer Matrix. So you may be wondering, where do I save it? Well, you're probably going to save it in the Trainer Matrix folder. Trainer Matrix folder. Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense to you. Trainer Matrix folder. Highly likely, yesterday we created a folder called Trainer Matrix, right? Now, beautiful, right? So yesterday we created that folder. Now, before we go into the task after the break, I'll just remind you that the PD plan is about the future. PD plan is about the future. And yesterday we did the future. And Trainer Matrix is about currency, now, and the past. All right. So Trainer Matrix is about now and the past, if that makes sense. So on that note, during break, I'm going to send you through an email, and that'll be great. So by my clock, it's coming up to 9:55. So let's go with let's come back at 10:10, if that's okay with you. Everyone, drop a 10:10 in the chat, and we'll see you back here very shortly. 10:10. We'll have some fun. Stand up, move around. I'll see you then. Thanks, Justin. That's unusual. I have sent it. I'll send it again. I'll drop in the chat box for everyone as well if they need it from there. Awesome. I think Bridget is saying here is the destination, or maybe she's saying I am here, or maybe she's saying that she wants a file put there. I'm just going to mind read and say she's here. Just going to go with that one. If there's anything other than that, I'm sure she'll let me know. Bridget is being Bridget. Yes, she. Oh, there you go. There you go. With love. I feel the love in the room. That's beautiful. Feel the love. Feel the love. I'd like to reach out and give everyone a hug. That's awesome. It's always fun dealing with a company then everyone kind of knows at each other, and yeah, awesome. I once taught 12 firefighters that were very active and very full of banter. And that was an interesting class, trying to maintain rapport, maintain productivity, and allow people to have that banter as well. It was interesting. It was fun. Beautiful. Well, welcome back, team. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Drop P in the chat if you're present, ready to go, ready to rock and roll, ready to have your mind expanded there, and ready to check out a document. So in the break time there, I sent you through an email, and it was called Trainer Matrix Docs. I don't know why I called it Docs, but anyway, Trainer Matrix, and essentially that's the document we're going to open up, and it's going to look like this, and I will bring it up on our screen here, but can you drop a G in the chat if you got the document and you were able to open it? And if you're able to open it, drop an O in the chat. Let me know that you've got it open. And the other thing is, yeah, I sent it into the chat box there as well. So if you need to download it from the chat box, that's okay as well. Next thing I will say, I think everyone is good. Justin's good. Excellent. All right. So we are going to change the name of the document. So just very similar to what we did yesterday. I've kind of gone through and done some prompters for you guys as well. Having said that, we will need to naturally make some changes. So we're going to go through the document. We're going to do it together. We are going to rename the document. We're going to call it Trainer Matrix, first name, last name. Hopefully you know how to do that. You're going to go up to File, click Save As, change it to Trainer Matrix, first name, last name, and you will be saving it to your Trainer Matrix folder. All right, once you've done that, just drop an S for saved into the chat box if you could for me, please. That'd be awesome. Cool. Excellent. Thanks, team. So before we go any further, I'm just going to orientate ourselves back to training.gov.au for just a moment. So yesterday, we kind of looked at these two qualifications. We looked at the Cert 3 in Public Safety, Emergency Communication Central Operations, right? We had that one. And I'm just going to go ahead and drop this into the chat for you one more time there, just so that we got a record of that. And if that's the one you're using, thing, just write that down one more time. And then we had other people that were maybe operating in the coal face-to-face, putting out the fire side of things. And in that case, we're going to go with the Cert 3 in Public Safety Firefighting Operations one. And I'll drop that in the chat there. Drop a yes in the chat if you've got at least one or one of those going to relate to you. And you're like, yep, I got one. I'm good to go. Awesome. And if it's not, just have a yogic mind around it. I got to stop with this yogic mind stuff. But anyway, sounds good. So we're going to keep that in mind, and we need to keep those codes available in our brains. So we're going to come back to this document, right? Now, as I said earlier, PD plan's about the future. Matrix is about now and the past, right? So we get a place for your name. Now, similar to what we did yesterday, I'm going to turn my video off so it's a little bit less distracting as you see me wave my hands around. So you got personal details where it's got your name. If you can put in your name, so if your name is Bill Smith, pop your name in, Bill Smith, or if your name is Kobe Rizza, do that. That'd be great. Once you've done your name, drop an N in the chat for name. That'd be great. Alrighty, so to the right of that there, we've got industry training package. I'm going to put a PUA training package. All right, so I'm going to leave what's there, and I'm going to put firefighting, emergency services, PUA training package. All right, so I'm going to add in PUA training package, and I can't spell, so just fix a typo up on your end if you are feeling inclined to do that. That'd be great. And then on to the right of that, we've got the date. Oh, actually, I'm going to just keep it broader, and I'm going to go August 2025. All right. Cool. Once you've done the date, drop a D for date and done. Excellent. All right. So we're going to go through, fill it out together, and I'm going to say some things, and you're like, that doesn't relate to me. And then my response will be, well, make it what relates to you. All right. Because I can't think of every example on the planet. I'm not ChatGPT, but what I can do is give you some ideas and prompters, right? So prepare and deliver training on. So even if you don't, just imagine you do. So prepare and deliver training on call. Now I'm going to list them all in one line, but we are ideally looking for 3 answers here, right? So call taking, systems, usage, and maybe policies and procedures. If you're someone that does training on the trucks, it could be firefighting operations, radio usage, and I don't know, scene management. All right, folks, drop a yes in the chat if you know, and if you can tell what I'm trying to get at here. What are your topics that you teach on? I can't think of everything, but hopefully there's enough there for some prompters. If you're not sure at any point, just drop a Q, but I think you guys get the point there. Just drop in 3 topics that you would deliver training on, or in the future, could imagine self-driven training on. Doesn't have to be real, just have a yogic mind around it. Cool. And once you are done on that section, drop a D. Cool. Kobe, all over it. Excellent. Thanks for playing along at home, folks, and being yogic about it. Assess and practice here, very similar to just above. Assess and practice, what are the things that you would assess people on? So it could be BA hazmat, if that's your cup of tea. It could be call taking. It could be something else and something else and something else, right? So what would you assess people on? Drop 1, 2, give me 3 in that scenario there. Give me 3. So 3 for above and 3 for here. That would be making me very happy. You should never put your BA hazmat on. I think when you're running, or you should never run when it's on your back. I learned that last week. You should always put it on in the truck or in fresh air, apparently. It's a good thing. I don't know. Things I learned last week. And apparently it weighs 20 kilograms. I think that's correct. Things I learnt. Awesome. Thanks, India. All over it. Guess what? Next one, administration. This one, I'm going to go ahead and give you the answers if that's okay with you. I'm going to drop it in the chat just to minimize extra thinking involved. Go ahead, drop those in that section there. That would be great. And even if it's not true, then just have a yogic mind around it. That'd be great. And when you're done on that section, drop a D. Alrighty. So compliance, go ahead, drop that in there, and that will be great. If you agree, great. If you don't, just take a deep breath and go, it will be okay. Mark knows what he's doing. Awesome. Thanks, Kobe. And I'm still here. All right, if you're ready for the next thing, drop an R in the chat. Let me know that you're ready. Awesome. All right. So we're going to come to the next page here, and we've got a place to list the qualification, Cert 3 in whatever it may be. And then on the right-hand side, we're going to put in the name of the the code from training.gov.au. Hopefully that makes sense. And so we're going to come back to training.gov.au here for a moment, and we're going to grab the code, and then we're going to come up here, and we're going to grab the link there as well. I'll drop the link in the chat so you've easily got that available, and I'll find the link for the other one there, and then you'll drop the appropriate link into the chat, into the template there for you, right? So I'm going to go ahead, come back to our document, and just give you a moment to drop in the appropriate link, whichever one you are going with. Then on the right-hand side, Cert 3 in whatever the thing is, and then you'll be done on this section here. So go ahead, do that now. And without me even saying it, I'm sure you're about to drop a D in the chat once you're done. Awesome. Thanks, Callum. Thanks, Kobe. All right. Think everyone is good. Think everyone's good. So just gonna make sure everyone's good. All right, next section here is talking about training and assessment side of things. So here, I'm going to just get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to put ETA for completion December 2025 / January 2026. And I'll pop that in the chat there for you so you can copy that in. Now, again, just be yogic about it. This is just a general time frame, whatever. We're not being too specific on it. So anyway, just dropping that in there. All right, awesome. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Kobe. Another reason I'm saying that is I actually don't know your dates for workshop 3, so I'm literally just creating some buffer there for me. I'm not exactly sure. I need to look it up, but I know that workshop 2 not that far away, which is exciting. Early December for workshop 3. Oh, Kobe. Who would have known? Who would have known? There you go. I was kind of in the ballpark there. December 1 to 5th. Very cool. Very cool. Excellent. So we're going to come down. So I was actually kind of right in the sense that January, you'll kind of be wrapped up if you guys do the work, of course. So we're now going to come down to the next section here and drop an R in the chat if you're ready for the next section, which says facilitator qualifications related to units of competency. Excellent, excellent. All right, so here what we are going to do is I put this as just a couple of examples, right? So for me, I mean, I've got quite a few qualifications, but what I've tried to do is give you some examples of what that could look like. 13th of March, 1979, that's my birthday, right? So I just totally made that up. But what you're going to do is in here, you're going to list any qualifications that you already have that make you eligible or qualified to do your job. So maybe you've got a bachelor degree in a something. Maybe you've got a Cert 3 in firefighting operations. Maybe you've got a Cert 2 in bookkeeping or a something, right? Now, if you've got a Cert 3 or a something that relates to training.gov.au, basically in this section here, you're going to put C transcript. All right. We're not going to link it all the way back to training.gov.au, and that'll just take us on a rabbit hole. Now, for example, if you've got a bachelor, great, pop that in. If you've got a diploma, great, pop that in. Now, this section here, you can put, for example, if you've got a first aid certificate, you can list that here as well. So I would say highly likely you're probably going to have at least 2 entries on this section, probably. But what about a black belt in practitioner in, yeah, Justin, fantastic. Add that in there as well. Now, the one thing I will say, I love it, Justin, awesome. Definitely include that. One thing I will say is about dates, One time at band camp, we did go through this section and we had a student say, oh, I need to go and look up on my certificates all of my dates. And I sort of said to that person, hold your horses because there's no trophies for getting the dates right. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense. Very, very crude way to put it, but I do want to give you permission to be flexible with the years and the dates because I really want to get this activity just done now and today, if that's okay with you. So I kind of said, like, for example, Cert 3, I didn't, like, I've made up the date there, of course, but if you can reflect back and, for example, if you did your qualification back in 2003, just put the year, if that's okay. You don't need the date, the time, and the, down to the second. Just go ahead and pop the year, if that makes sense. Drop in the year. And just everyone type in the word year into the chat box if you could for me, please. Not like I did, but anyway, type in the word year. And I can't even spell. What's going on with me, Mark? So yeah, I can't even spell. Yeah. So just do the year and you're going to fill it out like I have done there, right? So make sure, though, that when you do the relationship to qualification thing, you do include a sentence that says it provides the skills and knowledge for that industry, right? Really, really important. So what I'm going to do now is give you time to fill this section out. I'll probably give you about 4 minutes, but if you can include at least 2, that would be awesome. But if you don't have any, highly likely you do. But yeah, if you can include at least 2, that would be fantastic. If you don't have 2, just, think about a first aid certificate. Maybe you got one of those, right? But I'm going to die on a hill and sort of just throw it out to the group. Do most of you feel that you would have at least 2 qualifications you could list here? Drop a yes or a no in the chat and let me know about that. Awesome. So if anyone's going no, that's okay. I'll give you some prompters around that. On that note, folks, I'm going to give you about 4 minutes to just fill out this section here. Be liberal with the dates. And if you can't remember it, just go, oh yeah, probably 5 years ago or probably 2 years ago. Yes, but if Cert 3 completed over 5 years, is it still current? Yes, Tiani, because this section here is what makes you qualified to do your role, and is essentially saying, yes, you have the knowledge, had the knowledge, and we'll worry about currency later on. So that's all good. So as long as you in this section say, yeah, I've done the thing and I've got the thing, that's what we're looking for here. Tiani, does that kind of answer the question there? Does that help out? Feel free to respond in the chat. But yeah, folks, go ahead, drop in any qualifications that you've got. 2 or more is fantastic. On that note, folks, no problem at all, Tiana. I'll leave this over to you. I'll let you know that I'm here, but I'm disappearing visually, but I'm here if you got any questions at all. Thanks, team. I'm here. I'll give you about 3 minutes. Should be enough. Thanks, Kobe. And awesome. Thanks, India. Thanks, Carl. That's okay, Daniel. That's okay. Awesome. So far about 5, 6 people are done, which is great. If anyone else gets done-ish, so to speak, feel free to drop a D. If anyone needs more time, drop a T. And we are not rushing at all. We're going to take our time with this. No one gets left behind. We are all good. We're all good, folks. Awesome. Thanks, Danielle. Awesome. Thank you, Tiani. Alrighty, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alrighty, what I may do is just go on to the next section. I like it, Daniel. We may go on to the next section and I'll just walk you through it and then I'll give you time to fill it out for sure as well. So next section here, drop an F in the chat once you found the next section. It says vocational currency. Vocational currency. Beautiful, team. So I've tried to pop some prompters in here and essentially what I would love is all done. Sorry, Mark. No problem at all, Bridget. So we've got 3 entries. Well, I would love you to have 3 entries, all right? And I'm just going to drop number 3 in the chat. And what I'd love you to do is vocational currency. How do you stay current in your knowledge? Where have you worked over the last 5 years, right? Now, you may have been in the same role, same organization for the last 5 years, which is totally fine. That's all good. And maybe outside that role, you've done other things outside the workplace. Or maybe you've worked at Firecom for 10 years, but you've worked at different locations. Or maybe in fire comms, you've taken on different roles as well. Or in the fire department, in the training world, you've done different things. Folks, can you catch the intention around this one here with vocational currency? Drop a yes in the chat if you can kind of catch the intention around it. And if you're not exactly sure with the dates, go ahead, be flexible on the dates, and just it's totally fine to make them up or be creative with them, right? So this section here, just what's 3 different roles or things that you've done over the last 5 years that would show that you've been engaged in the industry and been doing what you do, so to speak. So I'm just going to give you some time to do that. Now, when you do it, remember yesterday I said 5 + 1 = 6, right? So make sure that you actually put in 3 examples. And I'm just going to get rid of those. And in total, folks, drop in the chat how many examples do we want? Knowing that I'm just being a little bit naughty as I just remind you about yesterday. How many examples? 3. Beautiful. All right, awesome. So make sure you do put in 3 and that would be great. So on that note, I'm just going to give you about 3 to 5 minutes to just pop in your 3 examples there. That would be great. Awesome. Thanks, Kobe. All the Virgos in the house are going, I can nail those dates. I'm all over those dates. Virgos are like, be flexible? What are you talking about? Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Jessica. Jessica, do you always have to tell people how to spell your last name? Would that be a thing for you? I know I have to tell everyone how to spell my first name, but I feel bad on day one. I spelt it with a H-E-A-R-T. Maybe it's just me. Nice, nice. Awesome, folks. Traveling really, really well. I think that's everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. If you're ready for the next section, drop an R in the chat. Let me know that you're ready. And awesome. All right. If everyone needs more time, drop a T for time in the chat. Drop a T for time. But I think everyone is good. All right. India needs some more time. India has been around the trap, so we definitely want to record that. So it's all good. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to come down, and next section, we have currency in relation to training and assessment vet. So in this section here, we are going to think about what PD have you done over the last 6 months? So for example, attended a staff training on X topic, 3rd of July, 2023. 1 hour, it helped me understand the equipment better. It's pretty broad generalization there, right? So in here, maybe in August, on the 1st of August, you attended a first aid refresher. Maybe in March of this year, you did a something. And maybe in February, you did a something. All right. So first thing we want to do is come up here. We're going to put 2025. And then here, we're going to list 3 things that you've done in regards to PD over the last 6 months to keep you current in regards to your knowledge and skills. Drop a C for confident if you feel confident to answer this section here. Shouldn't be too challenging. And if you've got nothing to write, then I'll be a little bit worried. But anyway, drop in 3 things, and when you've done those 3 things, then drop a D, and I'll give you some time to do that. Thanks, team. Awesome, Kobe. Thank you so much. I know if I ever need a fire truck, I know who to call. All of you. You guys are all fantastic. Thank you, Danielle. Yes, India, 3 is good. 3 is the magic number. That's what they told me on Sesame Street. That's what they told me. The Grouch told me that, I think. Or it might have been Snuffleupagus. He told me 3 is a magic number. Still working on my comedy routine. My terrible attempts at comedy are funny because they're terrible attempts. What? The telephone aliens. Yep. Oh, classic. I love those aliens. They were so cool. They were so cool. They really stretched the imagination. They were awesome. Oh, Kobe, I never got into it. I just never got into that. I just never got into it. Not my cup of tea. No, I'm just showing my age, really. Awesome. Yeah, biscuit. There you go. There you go. There you go. Awesome. Okay, for real life. Love it, Danielle. Love it, love it, love it. Alrighty, folks, if you are done, can you drop a DD in the chat for me if you could, please? Drop a DD. All right, so we're now going to do some housekeeping. And what I mean by that is on your document, can you find the section that says facilitator qualifications? Drop an F in the chat once you found it. That would be great if you could. And we just want to clean up the document. And what we're going to do now is I'd like for you to, any of the guidance that's there, if you just delete it, that would be great. So don't delete your content, but just delete the guidance, if that makes sense, or delete the examples. Does that make sense, folks? Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. You can delete the guidance, right? It's just, you don't need it. It's weird, right? Then we're going to come down, and then down further, we've got work history, blah, blah, and we got approximate is fine, and then we've got these things here. Just delete that section there as well, and keep what you've got, but just delete the guidance, if that makes sense. Just delete the guidance. And then we're going to come down and we're going to check out the next section here, and we're going to delete the guidance, if that's cool with you. That would be great. Once you deleted the guidance, drop a D for deleted. That would be great. Awesome. Alrighty, folks. So on that note, before we close off this activity, I'm just going to show you something that I have on my desktop. Now, I know that PD and records and all that, it's kind of a personal process, and how you manage yours is up to you. But I just want to let you know, on my desktop, let me turn myself back on so you can see me get all animated. So on my desktop here, I have a PD folder, just so that you know that I walk my talk and I do what I'm actually teaching you. On my folder on my desktop, what I actually have is a PD folder, and in that folder, I keep records every year of the PD that I do, right? So in this folder here, drop a yes in the chat if you can see my desktop folder here, and beautiful, awesome. So in the folder here, I keep a record of all the emails that prove that I attended something. So in here, for example, thank you for attending the ASQA blah, blah. Yay, that was an exciting one. Thank you for attending the skills education webinar. And then I've got a document I call PD 2025, and basically every time I attend something, I make a list of what I attended. Now, whether or not I receive a certificate or not, I'm just adding something every time I do something. So, for example, on a Sunday morning, maybe I watch a YouTube video on assessment, or I watch a YouTube video from Kerwin Ray or from Ving Zhang or anyone at all. I'm going to make a note on this, right? Then also, for example, 8th of June, I watched a Lauren Hollows video, and then coming down. Also, sometimes you need to record the notes or things that you took away from an event. And for example, on August the 14th, I watched a webinar here, and these are the notes that I took from that particular webinar. And for the reason that webinar, I didn't get a certificate, but I still recorded my key learnings from that experience there, right? So I just wanted to show you that, because that's a quick and easy way to record things. So when you come to, in my world, doing my matrix or my PD plan, I don't need to rack my brain. I can just go, all right, cool. What's the things that are on my list from the last 6 months, and just easily add them. Drop a comment in the chat. What do you like about that? What's standing out to you? And what are your impressions of that? Open forum, drop in the chat. Knowing everyone's got their own system to do things, easily accessible. Love it, Helen. In your world, you may not even have to do as much PD as we do, but yeah, for us, there's a lot of PD required in the TAE space. Yeah, cool. Love it. Yeah, nice. I also I also do have an email folder in Outlook as well. So anything related to PD, I just drag and drop, because not necessarily just what I say, but what I can prove as well. And for example, next week, I'm going to a conference. It's called the ILP Summit. And basically this morning, I got an email with my tickets. So I'm going to drop that into the folder. Yeah, Justin, love it. Training registers, awesome. And this, what else was I going to say? Also, as part of this, one thing with PD is I deliver a lot of PD as well. So I run advanced facilitation workshops. I also have got my book. I've got my second book coming out. So there's a lot of things I'll add to PD that I actually do and give back to the industry as well, right? So there's both sides of the PD. So if I mentor someone, I'll make a list of that as well, because that proves that I'm actually giving back, not just taking from the industry. So on that note, I'm going to come back to the document that we've been working on here and let you know now. What I would love you to do is you're going to email me through this document. I'm going to take a look at it. If it's all good, then I'll reply back to you and say, yes, it's all good. If there's anything you need to fix up, you're going to fix it up. So we're going to take a break. 10:55, I'd love you to take a break and come back at 11:05. And during that time, email me the document and I'll give you feedback and let you know if there's anything to fix up. You'll fix it up. Anyway, do that. Email it to me now. And once you've emailed it, have a break. And I'll see you back here at 11:05, folks. Thanks so much. And I'll take a look at your documents. Thanks, team. Bye-bye. Awesome, folks. Don't forget to be sending me through your document there, just so I can take a quick review. I don't think I've got everyone's yet, so be staying on top of that if you can. In India, it seems like your email is still bouncing, but I put both email addresses on there for you. Not sure if you're here or not. There you are. Yeah. India, did my email come through? Let me know either way.
No, I haven't received anything back just yet.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible. What's going on? What's going on?
But all the other ones that you've been sending through, I've been getting that. So
yeah, I need to go back to my. It seems a QFES one works, but the fire one doesn't.
yes.
That's okay. I will take extra special care. Awesome. All right. So in that round, we only had one little minor adjustment to make for one person, and the rest were looking pretty awesome. So great job, team. Great job. Great job. And just wait for Helen to make her way back, and hopefully she's okay. Helen's back. Awesome, folks. If you're back, present, ready to go, ready to rock and roll, ready to your mind expand, drop a P in the chat and let me know that you are all good. Excellent. Great to see, team. All right. So what I'd like to do now is, if hypothetically, or in the scenario that you do have access to your Moodle login details, I would love to encourage you to actually open up your Moodle. And if you could come to the section that says working in the vet sector. Once you've got your Moodle open, if you can drop an O in the chat, that would be great. If you don't have your Moodle login details with you, that's okay. We'll get them sent out to you one more time. We can do this section later on this afternoon, but so we'll just need to, for those that have it available, we'll definitely do this now. For those that don't, just make a note and then you can come back and do this later on. All right. But we've got this page here and we've got working in the vet sector. Hopefully you can see that on the screen there. Now, just to let you know, with the working in the vet sector, we've got there's a bit of a quiz, all right? So we talked about this yesterday. There's a work in the vet sector assessment, and for this, you get 2 attempts. So it's a self-marking quiz. So you go through and answer the questions, and that's all good, right? And it's a self-marking quiz, and if you get any wrong, then you get a second attempt. If you get a couple wrong on the second attempt, that's okay. You send me an email and say, Mark, I need another attempt on the quiz. Now, with the quizzes, you don't have to do them today or tomorrow. You can do them next week. There is no rush on the quizzes at all, right? You may want to take your time around the quizzes. Now, the next thing, 2.0, navigating training.gov.au. This is a research project. This is a research project, and I'm going to go ahead and open this up now and just show you what it looks like. And essentially, it's just an opportunity for you to explore training.gov.au, find a qualification, and kind of find some of the details there and just look through it. and just go through and find some answers to those questions, right? So, for example, are there any skill sets? Are there any other qualifications, right? There's no right or wrong on this at all. It's just an experience of going through training.gov.au. And if you have any questions around it, just let me know, but you should be totally fine with it and should be all good. The one that I want to draw your attention to is the practical project 2.1, 2.2. Practical project. I'm just going to drop a PP in the chat box there for you now. Practical project, right? Everyone drop PP in the chat box if you could for me, please, right? Beautiful. Now, I guess ideally, I don't want to go beyond today without you having uploaded your PD plan and matrix. So, folks, I'm going to ask you to put the number 2 in the chat there for me. There are 2 documents that go in this section. There's 2 documents. There's 2 documents. There's 1 + 1 = 2. Beautiful. There's 2. There's 2. There's 2. There's 2 documents. So you're going to be the kind of people that put in how many documents in here? How many documents are going to put in here? 2. There's 2. There's nothing other than 2. I mean, 2 is a great number. 2 is fantastic. I don't understand how you could put anything but 2 in here. 2 is awesome. 2 is a fantastic number. Hopefully by how I'm saying this, you can appreciate that sometimes people don't put 2. Sometimes people put another number in there, but 2 is the best number. So we're going to come down. And the way that you upload something is you click Add Submission, and then you drag and drop them into this section here, and then you click Submit. Then there is another button that you have to push, which says, I authenticate, or I agree that this is my work. So what I would love you to do now is if you are ready for it, I know someone just messaged me and said they want a little bit more time on the document. That's totally fine. But what I would insist every single one of you to do before you go to bed tonight, I would love you to upload 2 documents into this section. But if you are ready to upload them now, I would love you to upload them now. And anytime you upload something into Moodle, you drag, drop, find the files, upload them, click submit, and click yes, it's my work. And then as a basic protocol, what I insist everybody do is send email to Mark, right? Now that tells me that you've uploaded something. In the subject line, just put uploaded my XYZ document, because I don't always get a notification from Moodle to say you've uploaded something. So it may sit there for a while and I may not mark it. So best to always upload and then send me an email saying I've uploaded my XYZ. That'll tell me to go into mark it. So I'm just going to give you about 4 or 5 minutes now. For those that are ready, go ahead, find your Moodle login and head to 2.1, 2.2 practical project working in the vet sector, and go ahead and upload your 2 documents there. 2 documents. All right. Practical project. And we want 2 documents. But hypothetically, if you make a mistake and you only put up 1, that's okay. I'll forgive you and we'll fix it up on my end. That is all good. That's all good. So I'm just going to leave that up on the screen for just a moment there. And if anyone does upload, then just drop a U in the chat. So U for upload. That would be great. Oh, awesome. Cool. And Danielle, Helen, Callum, don't forget to shoot me an email. Awesome. Thanks, Daniel. All over it. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, always, 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 always. Always. Awesome, India. Very unique name, India. Never come across that before. Very cool. Awesome, India. Thank you for your email. Helen, thank you for the email. You guys are going to love Workshop 2, Day 5. So many cool things to reveal to you. Dynamics in this group are awesome. Excellent. Thanks, Carl. What's going on? What's going on? Ah, the sound of things being uploaded. I love it. It's like music to my ears. Music to my ears. Awesome. Yeah, Tiani, if you could forward it, that'd be great. I think, Tiani, I probably just screwed up and put the wrong email address in the wrong email. So yeah, if you could forward it, that'd be great. Apologies to that person, but it wasn't a negative thing. So all good, happy days, and hopefully you guys will forgive me, and that would be great. Bit of a logistical error there, and apologies for that. Thanks for letting me know. Hopefully she will not yell at me. Awesome, folks. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that. And for those that are done on those documents, wherever you're up to with those documents, let's go ahead and celebrate our progress. So everyone, let's drop a double yay in the chat because we've done those 2 documents and they will be ready to upload when they're ready to upload. And even if you've uploaded them, fantastic. Drop a double yay. Even if you haven't, drop a double yay in the chat because that is pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome, right? So on that note, we're now going to come back to our notes that we've been looking at and taking over the last couple of days here. And just going to go ahead and bring up our notes. And we're going to come back to the world of training design. Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, folks. So on that note, I'm going to bring up the heading of training design and allow me to bring that up onto our screen here, folks. So not yet, but in a moment, we're going to have a look at some of the common mistakes that people make when designing training. And in a moment, you guys are going to head to a breakout room and I'll just make sure everyone's been assigned. And awesome. Thanks to Tiani for your email there. And just going to go ahead and yeah, cool. Actually, I will do that. Awesome. Fantastic. So not yet, but in a moment, you're going to head to a breakout room and you're going to simply share with your partner and come up with a list of 6. How many folks? Drop the number 6 in the chat box for me if you could, please. 6. 6 common mistakes that you have maybe seen in training design and deployment. So, for example, hypothetically, maybe there is not enough time allocated to do tasks. Maybe there is no catering available. Just throwing that fun one out there. Maybe the location isn't appropriate enough. Could be anything at all. In regards to designing and deploying training, 6 common mistakes that you have seen or you could imagine happening. So on that note, head to your rooms and simply come up with a list of 6 mistakes that you may have seen or could imagine in regards to design and deployment of training as a course or even small sessions, whatever you think may be appropriate there if I ask that question. On that note, head to your rooms and I'll bring you back in about 2 minutes' time. Have a chat. Common mistakes in designing training. Maybe there's no equipment available. Well, that's a problem. Awesome. Welcome back, team. I'm going to come over to Bridget. And Bridget, what I would love you to do is read 2 from your list. Then I'm going to come over to Jessica and get her to read 2 from the list. If you guys had one combined list, great. Or separate list, that's fine. Bridget, over to you. 2 from your list. Go for it.
Sure. I'm going to go for outdated content and material. And my second one would be not user-friendly.
Jessica, over to you. Go for
it.
So then we had that the content was boring, perhaps not engaging, and a single type of delivery that didn't cater for everybody in the room. And then technical issues, possibly due to improper planning or preparation, like not having the right cables or backups for USBs and presentations and bits and pieces like that.
Really cool. Great examples. Love it. And Helen, over to you. Helen, what you got? 2 from your list. I like it, building the suspense.
Sorry. Something we talked about was unstructured training, not having that flow and continuity of that subject that you're talking about. It's important to keep that just for the engagement factor. If you're jumping from one topic to the other, you kind of confuse your audience, and they're probably not going to take in half of what you're saying. But then on the opposite spectrum of that, if you are bringing up one particular lesson and then throughout the day you are then repeating that same lesson, you're not really you're using time management poorly and recovering topics that you've already engaged your audience with. So yeah.
I like it. I like it. I was just trying to work out how to best phrase that in a positive, but also a negative light as well. And just put some context around that. But I like it. I like it. So unstructured, never a great thing. And structured, but going too deep and too often to the point where it's taking away time from other things, not a healthy thing at all. I like it. Really cool. Daniel and India, I'm going to come over to India. India, feel free, unmute yourself. What were 2 from your list? Go for it.
I guess 2 from my list. One was focused around technology. If it's not working properly, like if you don't have like internet connection when you're out and about, and using, I guess, outdated equipment that isn't as efficient as more like up-to-date technology, and not having the appropriate equipment for efficiency.
Very cool. Very cool. And Kobe, over to you. Go for it, Kobe.
2 from our list. One would be if the presenter you're not engaging with them, or you maybe don't even like them, or if they're boring, you're not really going to vibe with them enough to listen to their content very well. And also the actual assessment types and their methods. If they're asking you things that you just can't grasp, or if they're trying to ask for too in-depth answers than what your course entails, it can really kind of derail you a bit.
Very cool. Very cool. Love it. Love it. Lots to think about there and lots to share. Everyone, go ahead and drop a GW in the chat. Great work, team. Really, really appreciate that. Great shares, great ideas. Alrighty, folks. So all of those absolutely true. So I'm going to go ahead and just let you know some of the, I guess, top 6 that I have seen the most common. And these are the things that really stand out to me on occasion. So you may want to grab a pen and write these down. So I call these the top 6 no-nos in training design. And then I'm going to share with you the top 3 pillars for successful training design there, right? So when you're ready to write, just drop an R in the chat. Let me know that you're ready to write, and then we'll jump into it, folks. So the first one there is no scaffolding. No scaffolding. Now, scaffolding is the art and science of making things a little bit harder, a little bit harder, a little bit harder, a little bit harder, but never so far that somebody has a glitch in the matrix and they have a loss of self-confidence. So an example of scaffolding is on day 1, for example, I say to you, okay, day 1 this afternoon, you are doing a 2-hour presentation with no notes at all. Drop an emotion into the chat. How would you feel if I said to you on day 1 today and this afternoon, you're doing a 2-hour presentation, no notes at all? How would you feel about that? Would you feel anxious, overwhelmed, freak out? Yeah, Bridget's gone the freak out face there, the angry face, the FU kind of face. Drop in the chat. What kind of emotion would come up for you if I gave you 2 hours? Yeah. Oh, Justin would be okay with that. Awesome. Alrighty, awesome. Everyone go ahead, drop an emotion in the chat. Uneasy, I like it, I like it. Helen will be, okay, cool. So we need to appreciate that we're constantly looking to build in things that are comfortable within somebody's zone of perceived confidence. Now, the thing is, if I wanted to do that, I'd probably take it back to a 1 hour. But what I would do is I would say, okay, on Friday, you guys are doing a 1 hour presentation. But today, we're going to practice a 30-second presentation. Then we're going to practice a 1-minute presentation. Then we're going to do a 2-minute presentation. Then we're doing a 3-minute presentation. Then we're doing a 5-minute presentation. Then tomorrow, we're doing a 10-minute presentation. Then the next day, we're doing a 15-minute presentation. Then by the time we get to Friday and we have practiced all these time segments, drop a yes in the chat if you can see that probably people are going to feel comfortable getting to Friday once all of those things have been done and practiced, right? So scaffolding is the art and science of making things a little bit harder, a little bit harder, a little bit harder, a little bit harder, but never so far that people have that glitch in the matrix, right? Pitch science, absolutely. Never heard that term before, but sounds good to me. So scaffolding is critical. And when it goes well, people are happy campers. When it's not going well, it's pretty easy to see the absence of it, right? And you are innately drawn to people that can scaffold really, really well. Just drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense to you. It's like, oh, that trainer, why do I like him? Well, I kind of like him because they scaffold so well, right? The next one, number 2, there is chunking, right? So if you are not chunking appropriately, it can feel a little bit overwhelming, right? So overwhelming is something that we're looking to always avoid. So everyone drop an O for overwhelming in the chat box if you could for me, please. So whenever we're delivering content, we need to be very strategic in how we deliver the information. And ideally, we want to chunk into groups of 3 or 4 bits of information at any one time. I don't know about you, but maybe you've noticed that whenever I go through content, it's ideally limited to around 3 or 4 bits of information at any one time. Maybe you've noticed that, maybe you haven't. But for me, I'm so pedantic around presenting content in a way that's simple, easy to remember, easy to receive. Making it more complicated is actually disrespectful to our audience. Making it simple is a gift to our audience, right? So, and this is where you go, oh, keep it simple, stupid. Well, yes, but on top of that, I say, keeping it simple is a gift. Everyone drop a G for gift into the chat box if you could for me, please. Beautiful. It's a gift, right? Why would you make something more complicated and put all the extra bows on it when it takes them like all these hours to unwrap it? Let's just keep it simple because that's a gift, right? So number 3 here is love it, Danielle. That's really cool emoji. Love it. Number 3 here is no emotional considerations, right? Considerations. Now, there's a bit of an unusual one, all right? But we need to appreciate that with training, it's both an art and a science, Now, the science side of things is the logic and the logic and how you present things and the structure. Now, the art side of things is the emotional side of things. Drop a yes in the chat if you would agree that people's emotions come up for them as they learn things, right? Now, what we often see is that people, when they're training, they don't really necessarily think about how is someone feeling as they're going through an activity, how are they feeling after the activity, how are they feeling before the activity, right? So I've just noticed great trainers are really consciously aware of the emotional side of things, and they're very, very good at creating a safe learning environment. Everyone drop an S for safe in the chat box if you could for me, please, where it's an environment where people feel comfortable to make mistakes if they ever make mistakes, right? So number 4 here is inappropriate time frames. And we all can appreciate that it can take sometimes longer for some people, shorter for other people, but we need to build in enough quality time for everybody to get the learnings, right? Now, number 5 here, it says lack of. This is a metaphor that we talked about yesterday. We talked about the life jacket analogy, right? And real world application, all right? Now, it doesn't really affect you guys because you guys are all over number 5, but it's just a great reminder. Anytime you show something on a slide, you can't just go, well, it's on the slide, so they've learnt it. Well, really? They haven't learnt it till they've actually used it or applied it in some way, shape, or form. So I often see training design where people go, oh, yeah, it's on the slides. I'm like, well, yeah, but where are they activating that knowledge there? So number 6 here is no post-course reinforcement. So that's the idea of reviewing the content post the training experience. There's many, many different ways that we can do that. But on that note, folks, we've got the top 6 there. Drop in the chat. Which one's really landed for you? Which one's like, oh, I really love that idea. Or that one, yeah, that one really resonates with me. Drop in the chat. 4, awesome. 5, beautiful. 1, excellent. 1 is probably the most important out of all of them. But anyway, I'm a little bit biased in that. But Helen's gone 1, awesome. 5, love it. All right, 3, no emotional considerations. Beautiful. All righty. Drop a V for valuable if you think those are valuable and good to know and good to think about. Awesome. So we're going to come down now, and I just want to share with you the 3 pillars to successful, if I can spell it, successful training design. All right, you might want to grab a pen and write these down. The 3 pillars there, folks. So the 3 pillars I define as O, A, and V. O, A, and V, folks. I'm just going to drop an O, A, and V in the chat box there for you. This is the OAV model. And if you apply this model, you will find that your training deployment is a lot more successful. Your learners will learn a lot more, and the information you teach will stick for a lot longer. If you don't apply this model, you may get a little bit frustrated. Your learners may actually disconnect, and you may actually find that things go wrong on the day. So let's go ahead and jump into this model here, folks. So O stands for outcome. O stands for outcome. And just so I know that you got that, everyone type outcome into the chat box if you could for me, please, right? Now, Stephen Covey, he wrote a book. It was called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And one of the things he talked about was start with the end in mind. Start with the end in mind. And basically, he said, well, think about what are you actually trying to achieve from the actual training and actually work backwards. And later on tomorrow, we're going to give you some design tools to be able to ensure that you actually do that, right? Now, when you think about, all right, close your eyes, visualize, what would actually someone look like if they're graduating the training, and what would ideal performance actually look like? So we're starting with the end in mind and working backwards, all right? Now, the next thing is A stands for activities. A stands for activities. Now, this is the idea that we want to think about, okay, that's the end in mind, and then what activities could we actually create that are going to lead to that transformation and to the evolution of the individual with those skills to be able to actually do that. All right. Unfortunately, many times people will do the opposite. They'll go, okay, I'm going to get lost in all the theory, all the knowledge, and they get very, very excited about the knowledge, but they forget about the actual activities that's going to lead to the transformation. Drop an R in the chat if you could relate to that, or maybe you've seen that. Yeah, awesome, right? Now the V stands for verify. So basically the idea is I trust everybody, but I verify everything. So the one question you don't ask will come back to bite you in the, you can fill in the blank, right? The one question you don't ask will come back to bite you in the wherever, in the rear end, right? But this is the idea that you may assume that you're going to have Wi-Fi on the day. But if you assume, you actually could get you into some trouble, because it's always good to verify. Everyone drop a V for verify in the chat box if you could for me, please. So the other thing about verify, right? Don't ever assume that the other people know what you're talking about. So for me, okay, I've said to someone, so just checking, you're going to have a flip chart available, aren't you? And they go, yeah, I've got a flip chart. And then you rock up on the day, and what they describe as a flip chart is very different to what you think is a flip chart. Or you rock up and you've got your microphone headset ready to connect, and they go, oh no, we don't have that kind of connection. Or you go, yep, just going to confirm you have the equipment available. And then you turn up and they've only got 3 things as opposed to 5 things, right? Or verify, all right, everybody's got X, Y, Z. No, they don't have it. Or even worse, right? The thing is, coming back to the outcome side of things, right? And for me, it's all about delivering on the outcome and asking great quality questions and asking a TNA question that's going to make all the difference, right? So we want to make sure that we deliver on our outcome. And one of the greatest questions that we can ever ask in order to make sure the client is happy is the following question that I absolutely love. And this is a question I'm going to ask in my interview, and it's going to sound something like this. Looking back in 3 to 6 months' time, how would you know that the training delivered had been successful and that you had seen the changes that you were looking for? Folks, who can see the power of that question there? Looking back in 3 to 6 months' time, how would you know that the training had been successful? And what would you be looking for? Drop a yes in the chat if you can see the power of that question there. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. One of my favorite questions to ask, and it's the question that's going to make sure that you elicit exactly what that particular organizer wants, right? And what they're really going to be looking for in regards to their success criteria. So on that note, we've had a look at the outcome, the A, activities, and the V, verify. Little pillars here. Drop in the chat. What have you discovered? What's really stood out to you from the 3 pillars to successful training design? Never assume. Love it, Kobe. Awesome. Every time I've assumed, it's gone the wrong way. Excellent. Verify. Love it. Work backwards. Beautiful. Love it, India. Excellent. Tomorrow we're going to look at some models to be able to do this. Start with the end in mind. Beautiful. Work backwards. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, just going to trust but verify. Awesome, Justin. Love it, love it, love it. All righty. I always operate under the assumption everyone's busy and everyone's got a lot going on. And I always want to check, and never hesitate to check. It's always a good thing to check. So 3 pillars there going on, and we got some no-nos. Be very careful of those. And we looked at some common mistakes there. On that note, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And on that note, folks, we're going to head off to lunch. We're actually going to head off to lunch, and we're going to come back at 12:40, folks. I'm going to get you to drop in at 12:40 into the chat, if you could for me, please. And we're going to head off to lunch. So I'll give you enough time to find the food, cook the food, eat the food, and enjoy the food. And I'll see you back here at 12:40. Thanks so much, team. See you shortly.
Hey, Mark, are you listening?
Yes, I am. I'm listening to you. Go for it.
I just wanted to remind you that I had to leave early this afternoon, about 3:20-ish.
No problem at all.
Okay, cool.
I am always thinking about you. You will be fine. You'll be fine.
Okay.
You're
Do you need
right
me to
with-
do anything catch-up related this evening, or?
No, having said that, at probably about 4 o'clock-ish, an email will come out with a video to watch tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you can watch that, awesome. If you don't, you'll just be embarrassed tomorrow. If you do watch it, it's just something that you again have on in the background. Just watch, take in what you can, and then just come ready tomorrow to
Yeah, no worries.
transform the world. So
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
that's all right. Herbie, what's the origin of your last name there? Is it a particular nationality or where's it come from?
It's my husband's. He's got a weird bit of everything.
All right.
It's like Egyptian, Italian, a bit of Argentinian. It's everything.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Does he speak any other languages?
No, his dad does though, but not him.
You're really speaking very positively about him. That's great.
It's just his last name.
Nice. No, I used to know someone that had Rizza as their first name, but not as their last name. So yeah.
No, pizza with an R.
I'm sure you've said that before many times.
Plenty.
Just by chance, Justin, are you calling me right now? Yeah, awesome. Justin, if we can hold that conversation maybe till the end of the session, that would be great. Just because we're about to jump in. Yeah, we got about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go. Yep. Cool. Really important we stay on time. Awesome. Thanks for letting me know, Daniel. All good. Awesome, folks. If you're back, ready to go, ready to rock and roll, ready to your mind expanded, drop a P in the chat. Let me know you're present and ready to go. Awesome. Loving the P's coming through. Fantastic. Awesome. So on that note, PO, excellent. So what we're going to do now, we're going to fire up the neural pathways there, folks. I'd love you to drop in the chat. For you, what is 2 things that you've written down so far in today's training? Could be anything at all. Drop in the chat 2 things that you've written down so far, and I'd love you to capture them and write them in the chat. That would be great if you could, please. Awesome. 3 pillars. I love it. All right. 3 pillars. Keeping PD folder. Very cool, Kobe. Love it. Mark spent 3 months in Japan. I certainly did. I was young, dumb, and immature and thought I knew everything. Top 6 no-nos in training. 3 pillars. Love it. Excellent. Personalization is important. Certainly is. The more they own it, the more they go away and use it. Excellent. Beautiful. OAV, formula for attention. Beautiful. India, excellent. All the secret sauce formula. Beautiful. Love it. Alrighty. So before we go any further, I just want to check in with everyone. Over the break time, I sent you through an email, and the email subject line was Learning Program Plan 1 Docs. Can you drop a G in the chat if you got that email? If you did, great. If you didn't, then I will resend it out. I'm just going to make sure everyone got it. If anyone didn't get it, just drop a not yet in the chat and I'll make sure it comes out to you. But it's really important that you get it. Awesome. I think everyone's got it there. And what I'd like you to do is save those 4 files to your Learning Program Plan 1 folder. Once you've done that, just drop an S in the chat. That'll let me know that you've saved it. So there's 4 files, and you're going to save it to your Learning Program Plan 1 folder. If you could, please. That'd be awesome. And once you've done that, just drop an S in the chat, and that would be great. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Justin said he saved it. The email that I've got in front of me has got template, design cluster, TPP review. I've got release 5.0 companion volume and design cluster task 2.1 case scenario. I only have that first one on the list. Oh my gosh, what's going on, Kobe? What is going on? What's going on? As Marvin Gaye would say. Alrighty, so let's get that sorted. I will send it again, and we'll drop in some email addresses in the chat there. Excellent. I'll send it anyway again, Kobe, because we want to make sure you are all taken care of. Awesome. All right. Yes. Macs don't like the TAE. For some strange reason, they just don't like to play along sometimes. Awesome. So I think Helen is good. Kobe, so go ahead, Kobe. And once you've moved those files and dropped them into Learning Plan Program 1 folder, that's where you want to be. Excellent, folks. So before we head into that, I'm just going to touch on something called volume of learning. Everyone, drop a V for volume in the chat box if you could for me, please. Drop a V for volume. Excellent. All right. And I'm just going to go ahead and bring up a slide for you. And that would be great. And on this slide here, we've got something called the volume of learning. Drop a yes in the chat if you can see my screen that says volume of learning. Beautiful, right? So this actually tells us, technically, according to the AQF, how long certain qualifications should go for. So in this case, looking at the chart, looking at the table, drop in the chat box there, how long should a Cert 3 go for? How long should a Cert 3 go for? Drop in the chat, how long should yep, excellent. And how long should a Cert 4 go for? Knowing 0.5 of a year is probably another way to put that is 6 months. Beautiful. All right. And tell me about a other side of the spectrum there. Let's go a Cert 1. How long should a Cert 1 take? And let me know about that. Yeah, excellent. And then a graduate diploma. How long should a graduate diploma go for? And yeah, beautiful. All right, so this chart is available. If you want to go to Google, you can find volume of learning, and you can use this to sort of put together your program and calculate how long a program will go for. So I just wanted to quickly show you that and make sure you had visibility around how long things could actually take, and hence why the Cert 4 in training assessment takes the 6 months that it does. prior to that, or prior to 2011, ASQA didn't really enforce volume of learning very strongly. But once 2011 came along, they started to really clamp down on short courses. They didn't really like that. So now TAE, definitely any Cert 4 course is definitely 6 months there. Having said that, volume of learning can be longer or short. Well, it'll generally be shorter for someone who's got more experience or less experience. It's basically just a complete range, if that makes sense. So on that note, I'm going to come back to the magicaltraining.gov.au, and we are now going to take a look at this unit here. I'm going to drop the link to this in here, and I'm also going to grab the code here for just a moment. I'd love you to write the code down, and when you write the code down, just drop a D in the chat, and that'll let me know that you've written it down. That would be great. All right, so I'm now going to bring up this document here. You don't need to bring it up on your end. That's totally fine. You don't need to do that. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here. And can you drop a yes in the chat if you can see where it says design cluster case study? Excellent, excellent. Bridget feels very strongly about that. Excellent. So what I'd like you to do is I'm going to be quiet for the next probably 90 seconds to a minute. And I would love you to just read the first paragraph. Just read the first paragraph. Once you've read it, just drop an R in the chat and that'll let me know that you've read it. So I'm going to be quiet now and give you some time to read it. Go for it, team. Thanks, Carl. Alrighty, so question time. How many staff members need to undergo the training, folks? Drop in the chat. How many staff members? Excellent. What kind of company is it? Drop in the chat. Security, excellent. Bridget feels very strongly about that. And how many people need to be trained? Beautiful. 10 happy days. So, all yes, but it's 10. I'd love you to just capture that if you could. And whereabouts is the company located? Awesome. Queensland, Maramba, that is where it's at. Now, just going to come back to the email that I sent out earlier today. And in that email, there was a document called TPP template. So I'm going to go ahead, get you to open that one up there. And once you've got it open, it will look like this. And once you've got it open, just drop an O in the chat, and that will be letting me know that you've got it open there, folks. And we're going to bring this document up. Excellent. Cool. All right, now we are going to rename this document. We're going to rename the document, and we're going to call it Learning Plan 1, first name, last name. Learning Plan 1, first name, last name. Once you've changed the name, if you can drop an S in the chat, and that would be great if you could do that. That'd be awesome. Alrighty. So, we're now going to build out this plan. We're going to do it together. And at the same time, please be aware this is a very miniaturized activity, knowing that we're basing this just on 1 unit, folks. Drop in the chat. How many units is it? It is 1. Beautiful. Happy days, right? So what we're doing with this one is we're getting used to the form. And we're getting to understand what could go in the form so that later on when we build our next one, it's going to make even more sense, right? So name of RTO, we're going to drop in spec training. Cool. All right, now we are delivering 1 unit. So I'm going to go in here 2 weeks, and then I'm going to put 2-day face-to-face training workshop. Okay. Cool. So once you've done the name of the RTO and delivery period, just drop a D in the chat, and that'll let me know that you are done. All right. So target cohort. Earlier, you already said there's 10 people. Great. A security firm. Great. So let's drop in some words here. So we got 10 staff members who are working at a security firm who need to update, and I'll drop this in the chat for you as well, of course, update their first aid qualifications. There are no specific needs mentioned. There is a mix of males and females, and all have prior experience in the industry. Cool. That should be enough for me. I'm happy with that. And I'm going to go ahead and drop that into the chat box there for you so that you can easily transfer it over. And that one will be done. Excellent. Alrighty. All right, so code and title of the training package is I'm going to come back to training.gov.au, and I'm going to ask you the question here, folks. What's the name of the training package, knowing that we can judge that from the bit of the code there? Just drop in, what are the 3 letters at the very beginning there? HLT, awesome. So we can come back to our form here, and we can know that it is the health training package, and I'm going to drop that in the chat there for you and drop that in, and we're going to go release, and it's going to be release 9.1 there, and you don't need to worry about that, but just dropping that in, and that is all good. Cool. So then code and title of the qualification, well, we're going to come back to training.gov.au here, and we're going to put in the code of the unit. Alrighty, when you are done on that, drop a D in the chat. Let me know that you're good. Okay. So in this case, entry requirements, in this case, we're just going to manufacture a little bit, and we're going to put, technically there are none, but we're going to say must be employed by the security company providing the training. Alrighty. Now, prerequisites, I'm going to go nil because there are none. All right. And the providing the training or needing the training must be employed by the security company providing the training. Yeah, it's a good point. Another way to put it is paying for the training, providing the training to its workforce. Let's go and add in that. Providing the training to its workforce. And yeah, let's go with that. But Justin, absolutely appreciate your point there, and feel free to change the wording however suits them. But we're just looking to say that in order to go to it, you got to be working for the company there. But yeah, love it. Yeah, Callum, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, cool. Get Yogic on it, folks. We're kind of drilling down on wording that I'm really not fussed on. Must be employed by the security company that is hosting and paying for the training. Hopefully that keeps everyone happy. Cool. Go with that, or change it to be whatever you want to put, because that is all good. That's all good. All right, cool. Gonna go ahead, drop that one on the in there. Excellent. So we've got nil on the prerequisites there, folks. On to the next section here, we have code and title. Code and title. So we've got this code and title. I'm going to come in here, grab it, and drop it in here. And then come back here and copy and paste this in. So my copy and paste skills. All right. Done. So once you've done that, go ahead and drop a D in the chat, and that would be great. That'd be great. Awesome. Not too challenging there, folks. Excellent. Alrighty. So now we're going to come down. And how many units, folks? How many units is it? It is picking on between 0 and 1. And beautiful. Happy days. We've got 1 unit going on. Excellent. All right, so where it says this course is made up of X units, we'll put a 1 in that space there, and that is great. That's great. All right, so now we've got industry requirements of this program. Drop an F in the chat once you found industry requirements of this program. Beautiful. Happy days. Now, what we're actually putting together here is a bit of a training and delivery plan, or another technical name for it is a training strategy. And essentially this is an overarching document that's going to show how we're going to deploy the program, so to speak. Now, at the end of the day, we also need to relate it back to industry requirements. So we're going to pop in here. This program will be delivered as part of the requirement for security guards to stay up to date with their first aid certificates and skills and knowledge for on-the-job requirements. Okay, so I'm going to drop that into the chat there for you as well. Just some wording that I put together right now, and there's no technical or perfect way to say that. I'm just going to drop in the chat, and you can copy and paste it into the document there for you. I'm going to go ahead and make this black so it's easier for you to see, and maybe even make the wording a little bit bigger too. Awesome. Thank you, Daniel. All over it. Excellent. And everyone else, yeah, just follow Daniel's lead there. Fantastic. All right. Now, there is something called an implementation guide, which talks about how training can be contextualized. So in this scenario, this sentence, I put nothing mentioned of significance, and that is all good. Oh, Callum's all over it. He's done a D. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right. Beautiful. All right. Now, the duration, the program will be delivered over a period of, now I'm going to say 2 weeks, as Arnold Schwarzenegger said in Total Recall. 2 weeks there, right? Now, what we're going to do, we're going to think the program, we're going to roll it over a 2-week period. In the middle of those 2 weeks, I'm going to have a face-to-face workshop, but I'm going to allow people time to study before they come to the workshop, do the assessments before they come or after they come, but I'm going to allow those 2 weeks there. Hopefully that makes sense, and hopefully you're okay with that, because that's a good thing to do. Cool. So hopefully you put in the 2 there and you're good to go. Now, next thing that we want to do is we want to create a program area or a name for our program. I'm going to give you some ideas and you're going to pick the one that lands well for you. So I'm going to drop in some examples. So first aid basics, or first aid fundamentals, or first aid for security guards, or first aid for champions, or first aid for first responders, or first aid for the outback. All right. Well, I'd love you to pick one that you love and go with that. What we're trying to avoid is everyone having the same answer. So if you can pick one, go for it. And then that would be great. Once you picked your title, just drop a D in the chat. That'll let me know that you picked it. But please just pick a random one. Don't everyone pick the same one, or you won't know that, but don't pick the first one if that kind of makes sense there. Awesome. Now, as we go through this, though, I need to speak to an example. So as we go through this, I'm going to be referring to program area quite regularly. So whatever your title is what your title is. So if I say first aid basics and you're like, that's not my program area, just have a yogic mind around that and just know that I can't remember every single one that you chose. So just know that when I say program area, pick the one that relates to you. Hopefully that makes sense there. Now, let's come to unit code here. We're going to go HLT AID 011. Then we're going to go with provide first aid. All right. And go ahead and fill that out up till that point there. PHLD AID 011. All right. Now, once we come over here, we've got expected hours. Now, there's actually a website that you can go to for finding the hours for every single unit of competency. You can definitely do that. But for now, I'm actually going to tell you that for this unit, it's actually 18 hours is prescribed or recommended for this unit of competency. So whenever I see an RTO delivering first aid in half a day, I kind of cringe a little bit. Drop a yes in the chat if you can kind of understand why I might cringe and why I might go, whoa, okay, yeah, right. So less than like half a day probably is not the greatest idea. But anyway, 18 hours is kind of where it's at, right? Now, we got this line filled out. I love half a day first aid session refresher. Shouldn't take all that day. Okay, cool. Yes, and my comment, Tiani, is more so for people brand new to first aid, Hopefully that makes sense, right? And trust me, Tiani, I worked at a paramedic college. I was a training manager, and the amount of stuff that I see where, I'm going to do my half dayer, and then you actually say, all right, cool, go for it. I now want you to do CPR. You've got X amount of time, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. And the amount of times that you see people freeze and go, what am I doing? Freak out. And so many times we don't actually see first aid training delivered in a realistic fashion and actually get people simulating what it's really like when you do first aid. So unfortunately, first aid out there, it's delivered in a way that's, comfy and good, and, everyone feels good at the end of it. They get a certificate. But, ask him, all right, would you really know what to do if XYZ happen? Maybe. Something to think about there. Awesome. Just need to duck out. Okay, Bridget, awesome. So what I may need to do when you come back, Bridget, I may need to catch you up, and I'm more than happy to do that. So yeah, just let me know as soon as you come back, Bridget. Awesome. So next section here, the program is delivered. Let's go with on site. At the at the security company. Cool. Alrighty. So on site at the security company. And once you've done that, drop a D in the chat if you could for me, please. Awesome. Yeah, my mum had attended probably about 5 first aid courses as part of her work. But when my stepdad was actually having a situation, yeah, she wasn't in the best way to handle that. So always different when we actually go from the application side of things. Program area, this section here, we're going to go with whatever you called it up here. So if you called it first aid basics, first aid fundamentals, first aid whatevers, down here, you're going to pop in the same name. So first aid whatevers, first aid whatevers. So go ahead, program area, drop that in there if you could. And once you've done that, drop a D in the chat. Let me know that you put in your program area. And excellent. All right, so I now need to drop something onto the next page just so that it makes sense. So now we've got some ways that we're going to deliver that program area. So we've got simulations, projects, case study, collaborative group activities, demonstration, reflective practice, formative assessments. All right. So what I would love you to do is pick 3 ways to do it and pop the letters into the chat box there for me if you could, please. Pick an A, C, or a D, or whatever it may be. If you could, that would be great.